In a world of homogenized cunty talk radio shows, an auroral beacon of free, raw, and uncensored thought shines at the end of a tunnel of cliché banality, soaring high above the valleys of mediocrity, cut by a dying medium. A phoenix of honest broadcasting stretches its hyperbolic wings toward eager new horizons. We now take you to that fiery inferno of conversation. This is the Sunday Evening Overdose.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
What a shitty couple of days. Huh?
Yeah. So, it's the worst of times
Yes, it is.
around the Sunday Evening Overdose. And I imagine that if we stay doing this show for a long time, we're gonna have to deal with tragedy. Don't you think? It's gonna come up. There's no way to hide from it.
It is.
So there's no sense in not doing the show, I think. And I think as we go forward and we lose loved ones and we have ups and downs, I think we always got to stick to this and not use that as an excuse to falter in our goals, I suppose.
Well, what's the old saying? The show must go on.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Yeah, and I mean,
I think the people that said that were getting paid, though.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think it helps to talk about whatever's going on,
Do you?
good or bad. It's important.
Agreed.
Well, I don't know. I think most people have probably heard the Lonely Show that I did. So you know that we lost our beloved cat, Ren, yesterday. So that's been a really rough thing. And I know there's going to be a certain percentage of people that just don't understand when you've really connected with a pet, and you really love it like somebody in your family. And yeah, it's a real loss. And it feels fucking cold and horrible, and my soul is exhausted.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So that's what's going on there. And I don't think we needed to fucking spend a lot of time about it. I did a nice little tribute for Ren called The Lonely Show #1, and you can find that on our YouTube page if you kind of want to hear all the tear-jerking minutia.
Yeah, and the one thing that I wanted to talk about that was just the most amazing thing to me is, so we have another cat, Huck, he's still a baby. He's like 1, and he and Ren were never close. I mean, they tolerated each other, but they weren't, best friends or anything. And so yesterday, Ren left us, and we were sitting back here with Huck, and looked over, and he was laying in a way that a very specific cat pose that was one of Ren's favorites that Huck has never, ever done before.
Yeah, people who know cats and are cat lovers, they all have their own quirks, and they have their signature moves. And this was, it was a very strange. Huck was just channeling.
Right, yeah, and he ran through like Ren's top 5 favorite poses over the next half hour or so, and it was fucking weird. I don't know.
It was very strange,
and it was comforting though.
It was extremely comforting for a minute there.
Yeah.
And it was like Ren was just sending us a message or something.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of things about cats that are weird that I don't think we understand.
Well, the Egyptians worship them for a reason.
Yeah.
They're kind of mythical, and throughout history, cats have had weird roles in every culture.
A lot of like magic associated with cats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Good
know,
and bad.
Sure. And I mean, looking back on the timing of everything, I don't know, do you want to tell the story about how we got Huck?
Sure. So
Talk right in the mic there.
one of my friends that I used to work with, he lives in Humboldt Park, and he had one cat. And one day a kitten showed up on his doorstep, and he was like, holy shit, I got this kitten. And I was like, oh my God, he's adorable. And then 3 weeks later, on Vinny's 30th birthday, my friend texted me again, and he was like, fuck, there's another one. And I brought it inside. And so he had this other little kitten, and he said, I can't keep this one. And I knew that Vinny had not been looking forward to that particular birthday. And
It was my 30th birthday.
and so got that message, and I said, I think I can broker a cat deal for you here.
So anyways, to kind of bring this around, is what ended up happening was this is about the time that Ren's health very first started to decline. Right before this whole thing with Huck, Tracy had a dream about Stimpy, another dearly departed pet who, anyways, the whole thing was weird. Let's just suffice it to say that in our minds, Ren knew that his health was going down. He sent a message out to Stimpy. Stimpy hooked it up with the cat gods to bring us a replacement.
Send Huck to our friend with
And
the
that
wayward home for kittens.
That might be just childish, you know. I don't know. It's so comforting to think that that's true right now, I guess. But it's like, it might sound so fucking stupid to some people, but what do you guys think?
Well, I mean, regardless of what caused it, that's what happened. That's what the universe made all those things happen and
Right.
put them together for us.
Hey, Andrea's here.
Andrea's here and just
My legs aren't as long as I thought.
awkwardly climbed over me while he was talking.
Here's why I did that. Because I haven't smoked any weed all day because I'm having a fuck of a day. And
We haven't even gotten to that yet.
All right, well, I am. And,
We're still talking about Ren. But
And I smoked a bunch of weed from this vaporizer. I opened a brand new hybrid vaporizer. And
God,
it's
all
in
you
my
ever
pipe.
talk about is weed.
I can't help it. I'm like really high right now. I didn't expect to be so high, but
Did you
I
bring your
thought that would be
headphones?
the best way to do that. Yeah.
Okay. So then where are we at? Oh no, I was asking, is that crazy? Do you think that cats are hooked up like that and they can send a message out that's like, this guy needs somebody to watch over him and we need to get a good replacement? So
I mean, I think that animals understand emotions even on
Just
a
the
level
timing
that,
was so
that
perfect.
people don't understand.
Yeah.
And they got some methods of communication that we don't know about, and the universe works in mysterious ways, and that all lined up. And
what do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's, the universe provides what you need, like...
Do you think it's silly do you think it's just me emotionally wanting this to be true, that maybe that it was a conscious thing that was done,
I have no idea. I mean, anything's possible, man.
Yeah.
Like I always say, I don't know.
Also, when you're grieving, it's just you'll reach for anything comforting,
well, and like I said, it doesn't matter what it was. That's what happened,
Right.
Yeah.
I definitely think that animals are more spiritually aware and connected and have a higher ability with, coming back and forth, communicating.
They definitely function on a different plane than we do.
Right. That's what I mean. So that doesn't seem crazy to me at all.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I agree. And then, we've just kind of been laying around, and it's funny when you're grieving with another person, you rarely go through the worst of it at the same time together. You kind of naturally do it at different times and lean on each other.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, for sure.
And it's that's another just another gift of the universe that for some reason we were able to sort of get through it together, I guess. And soon, so what was it, a day and a half it hasn't even been. It was less than 24 hours after we had to put Ren to sleep, which was eventually we did have to. And less than 24 hours later. What? Go ahead.
Well, I would say we had just finally then this morning been like, okay, it's time to eat something because we hadn't eaten in almost 2 days.
Yeah, because we were also we were saying goodbye to him the whole day before. God, what a fucked up. It was
So we're like, okay, let's eat something, take a shower, and then the fucking phone rings.
Yeah, so as soon as we finally peel ourselves off of the fucking disgusting couch, and yeah, get showered and have a bite to eat. The phone rings, and our dad had a stroke. Me and Andrea's dad, because we're brother and sister, same dad.
We have the same dad.
So he went a little strokey today.
Yeah, it was only a little.
Just a little.
His legs are fine, and really his body is fine except for his hand and his face.
Yeah.
His brain is gonna be okay.
He was joking around. He was fucking the same. He's normal. He seems totally normal.
I do want to ask.
He's gonna listen to this too. So I mean,
he at one point the nurse asked if he was wearing underpants, and he said, "Yes." Are you?
That was pretty funny. That one even I was like joking around a lot in there, and that one even got me. I'm like, Jesus Christ, Dad, come on, she's fucking at work, you know?
It's serious.
Relax.
Nurses know they're hot. It's okay.
Yeah, she wasn't.
They're all hot.
All nurses are hot.
They're
All
by
nurses
default.
look the same.
Dude, if you've ever been dying in a hospital bed, yeah, all nurses are definitely hot. Like every single one. It's like, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Save me. Please save me.
You're an angel sent from heaven.
So, yeah, he's in the hospital. We think he's going to be all right, right?
Yeah. The doctor seemed really optimistic.
They
I think
didn't
it's
make
gonna
that
be-
even much of a big deal about it. He
No,
was
they
just-
really didn't.
Yeah, he was just in there. It's fucked up because his face is droopy from, so it's like,
Well, and I went back later.
Was he getting better already?
Yeah, he looks way better. I mean,
it's fucked up to see somebody like that,
yeah.
and especially one of your parents, and you get it. We're to the age where you start to think and prepare for things like that.
Yeah.
And it, so, it is what it is. But I guess he's gonna get better.
yeah. And really, the doctor said the only reason they really even wanted to keep him overnight was to, like, get more tests just to make sure everything else was working. But it's not because he's, like, in danger of getting worse or anything, unless there's something else that's contributing to it that they don't know. But
Right.
they'll figure it out, so...
That's just doctor talk for we're going to squeeze a couple more bucks out of you.
Yeah.
Well, the joke's
Good
on
luck.
them.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
But man, I was thinking, so I sat in the ER waiting room for 4-5 hours today, and just looking at everyone else around, thinking none of these people were planning on being here, yet here we all are. And
God, we were in there.
Yeah.
The family that was in there was so sad too.
Well, their
They-
person died.
Oh, really?
After you guys went in. There was another family in like the
Get closer to your mic.
private waiting room with us, and they had a bunch of people come in, and then a couple minutes later, a nurse came in and was like, "We need to start doing the paperwork." And
Oh, jeez,
Yeah,
they looked really sad.
I
when
think
we
it
were
was
in
the
there.
grandpa of the
Yeah.
family.
Jesus Christ.
So it was just like, man,
Yeah, they looked awful. There was the one 14-year-old overachiever doing homework in the corner, and everyone
Yeah.
else just somber like the Last Supper.
well, and they were reading their out of the Quran, or I don't know what they were reading.
They
but-
were reading some fuck, I don't know. They were probably They had like what kind of people were they? They had what even were they?
I don't
even
know.
what that is. It's the
Pakistani
people
or
that have like the women have like hoods kind of, but not face coverings, right? And it was
Yeah.
like not like no like turbans going on, but there was like I feel like there's a lot of hoods and flowing clothing. What
Yeah,
kind of
I don't
They're
know.
Muslims.
they
you
could
see
be
anybody's
yeah, definitely.
hair?
They were probably Muslims, but I don't know like
Well-
what country that they were from or
Yeah,
whatever.
the ones
but
who were covered, you could not see their hair.
Could
But then,
be
like the
any
younger,
Muslim
they're all the
people
same.
weren't.
Yeah, it's like at a certain age that they have to start covering their hair, so that would make sense.
But then,
What did you just give me?
Weed Rice Krispie treat.
Oh my god!
chocolate on top.
All right,
Matt, you want one?
No, thanks. Not
wanted to-
after the last show, man. Wow.
Jesus, yeah.
I wanted to say the other hilarious people we saw at the ER was the annoyed mom with the 12-year-old girl
Who swallowed a whole bottle of
and she's like,
aspirin.
she just took a bottle of aspirin, and you tell she's
Fucking
all
redneck
pissed off.
shit. Yeah.
Little bitch.
Oh yeah. How redneck
we
is
saw-
that? It's 2015. My daughter took a bottle of aspirin.
Yeah, that's all she could
From-
get her hands
from, like-
on, really?
Dude, she was like, they were so like, just like classic, like trailer park looking. It was not a funny situation, but I made a note of it. I was like, this is kind of funny.
And
Like,
she was fine. I saw them leave too.
Yeah.
So, but
yeah, you get a good cross section down there at the hospital.
Yeah.
I stopped by the chapel while we were down there, and somebody had kicked over all the angels. Like they have those fucking gargoyle angels or whatever they are, stone angels, and I guess they're not gargoyles. They're but you know what they're the same thing. But they're an angel.
Garden.
Yeah. But they're an angel, but they're posed like that, you know. And so somebody had just like kicked them all over. It looked like, and which was a pretty hard thing to do because they were like mounted in stone and stuff. So I don't know what made me do this, but I just went out there and put them all back up. And it's not that I give a shit about angels, you know what I mean? It just was like a dirty thing, I thought.
Well,
you know,
and
it was
to
like
someone else that would probably be really upsetting to see it like that.
Yeah. So I went out there and I picked them up and propped them back up how they were and put the rocks back and stuff. And I saw that book where people write little notes to God, you know, in the chapel. Mm-hmm. And so I stopped and I was like, I'm gonna leave a message for this fucking asshole. And I write in there, "Dear God, thanks for killing both my cats, you fucking asshole. Sincerely, Vinny."
Nice.
And I meant it.
It's that God.
I did.
Yeah.
Stupid God.
Hate him. Boo.
And you know, fuck. Try to have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
You know.
But man, it's been a long couple of days.
I'm exhausted.
And just the way time works at a time like this, sometimes I would look at my watch and it had been 3 hours. And then I would feel like the same amount of time had passed again and it had only been 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like I just
Yeah.
had no concept. No sleep, no food. Just
Oh, grieving
yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
Fucking sucks.
I was late to the show today. Usually I'm here like 5 hours early.
Yeah.
I mean,
So you were all worried about Dad and his stupid stroke.
yeah. I
Why are you
was
so
very
worried?
worried about that.
You're the baby. You
That's
know,
why.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm his favorite.
You're overly coddled. You were the favorite
No,
too.
she's
Still
the
am.
favorite too.
Yeah, no, she was totally the favorite. I've even heard him say it one time.
Yeah.
When I was wait.
He's told me outright
Now, don't tell
more than
anyone
one time.
else.
I was 13 or so, and I remember I used to listen to him and his friends drink in the backyard because they'd be saying fucked up stuff, you know, and everything. Like, let's hear him tell fucking dirty jokes and talk shit about whatever, just dirty things you wouldn't say in front of your family
Yeah.
unless they were sneaking.
And also things you'd appreciate as a 13-year-old.
Oh yeah, it's great, you know. And then you could tell your friends. And they would have their things like, "Well, I found my dad's porn," like all kinds of shit, you know. And then I remember sitting in the bathroom and him talking to his a couple of friends that are still around to this day, and him saying, you know, I love all my kids, but you know, Andrea, I just have this extra connection with. And I was like, what the fuck? I was just sitting there like, did he really just fucking say that? Like,
Come on,
damn it.
Dad. I can
I was like,
hear
I'm
you.
the boy. What the fuck? Don't we got something going on here? We play catch. What the hell's going on? They can't do shit.
Yeah. Also,
Go play a game of pool with fucking one of them. Have fun.
I would have been 9 at the time. So I couldn't do anything. I was just a little.
Yeah, well, you were a piece of shit. What was
Yeah.
there you didn't even like about
I had
you?
no idea.
Just cry.
Yeah. Oh, Vinny's hitting me.
My older brothers and sisters have never given me a chance to be happy for a moment in my life.
My life is so hard.
No, we were awesomely mean to you.
Yeah.
It was fucking
It was epic.
Like,
Yeah.
But that was the joke of it. Like, and I think you understood the joke a lot of times, but it was just like we couldn't let up or else it wouldn't be funny anymore. You know what I mean? Like if we had given you a moment to rest, there wouldn't be that over the top aspect of it that was so mean and so just so good. You know, just like if we had you know what I mean? If we had let up, that would ruin the joke. That's like, you know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We would have just kind of showed our hand. It just wouldn't have been funny. You had to wonder if we were really going to kill you one day, you know?
Yeah, no. I sometimes I tell people that you guys used to plot ways to kill me when we were younger.
With just while you were listening, we would just talk about killing her.
Yeah.
We were horrible.
Yeah, and I would say it's funny now, but it was serious then, and I think that's pretty true. Because, Yeah, but it all worked out. You were really good at pitting.
I used to pit you guys against each other
Yeah.
pretty well. That was another
Yeah.
thing. But, the joke of having a young, defenseless sibling that you're just like unrelenting towards, and just like just clotheslining you and laughing at you and just everybody like I remember times I remember one day we're eating breakfast. This was the typical vibe. We're eating breakfast, all three of us, and it's us two and another female sibling. Sister and
AKA a sister.
AKA a sister and well, I didn't want you to think she was black. We were eating breakfast with a sister and we're sitting there and Andrea goes, Katie, could you please pass the milk? And Katie goes, I will choke you to death. This is a brief memory I have, but that was the typical vibe at our house. Wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then you'd have to fight for the fucking milk. You'd have to get it somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a lot of stuff like that. I don't think we were nice to you until we were like teenagers. I think it was
The first time.
probably when you started smoking weed.
Yeah.
We're like, okay, we'll talk to you now.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they knew you were down.
I crossed
Right.
the threshold.
We knew you weren't a cop finally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Running the long con.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a real long con.
No, but you get it now. Don't you
get
see
it
the humor
now.
in it now?
Well, sure.
You mad about it?
A little.
Maybe
A little bit?
a little. Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, maybe a little. I mean, I don't hold on to it, but when I think about it, well, like, yeah, if I'm gonna go back and kind of dissect some of that stuff, fuck yeah, I'm mad, but like it's over and I'm fine, so it really doesn't matter.
We didn't do anything that bad. It was just so constant.
Yeah.
It's
You
like-
did break my finger.
That was in a play karate situation. Remember, we were choreographing a karate fight,
Yeah.
and and she kicked me, and I grabbed her foot and like flung it up, so she would land on her back. But stupid idiot puts her fucking hand out to stop her fall.
Stupid fucking second grader idiot.
Yeah. Don't act like I
understand
just came up and
wrestling.
broke your finger. We were in a karate fight.
That's true.
What's
Okay,
fair is
fine.
fair.
All right.
And then we told our parents. Somehow I convinced you that you would get in trouble for this. So we got her to lie. This lie went on for years too, and somehow they fucking believed it like idiots. They believed that Andrew and by the way, I got this from the Cosby Show because the exact hold on, I never told you this.
I never knew
because,
this.
Yeah, there was an episode of the Cosby Show where Theo and the little kid,
Rudy?
Rudy, they were doing something, and Rudy got hurt. And Theo goes, hey, we'll tell him you were running and you slipped on a book. And so when this happened, I remembered that episode of The Cosby Show, and I was like, all right, look, here's what happened. We were playing, and you were running, and you slipped on a book. And you jammed your finger on the ground. And nobody questioned it. We got away with it.
Also, like, it wouldn't have been weird for there to be a book just lying on
Our
the floor.
house
Yeah.
was messy.
Yeah.
But unlike Theo, I'm sure you did not learn a lesson.
Right.
sure
yeah.
Theo
I'm
had-
sure he came clean by
Right.
the end of the
I
Right.
came
episode.
clean years later.
Yeah,
No,
just now.
Katie came.
No, that's not true.
clean. No.
No, I did because I was racked by guilt. I've always been a really guilty person. Like I've always felt guilt immensely, and I when I would lie when I was a kid, I would feel really guilty, and so yeah, I eventually told Mom about it like years later, and she's like, I don't care about that anymore. I'm like, all right, like 8 years later.
I didn't really discover lying until I was in like grade school. And I only did it for a little while, and then I was like, "This sucks. I can't remember all this shit. I can't remember my own lies." And just, I've
Might not
never
have
been a
even
good
that long
liar.
after, actually. Sorry.
No, I'm just, I totally can identify though. Like, I would feel guilty if I did something that I felt was really wrong.
Yeah.
I just avoid that, like, doing anything wrong in the first place by constant honesty. Bites me in the ass a lot, I'll admit it, but it's just easier.
That is the wisdom that I learned after years and years of lying.
East of the Rockies. East of the Rockies. Go ahead, caller.
Hey, this is Caller.
John Black from Ypsilanti,
No,
Michigan. What's up?
How's your
Hey,
tattoo?
no, I just wanted to call into the middle-aged people dealing with mortality show.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Wait, before we get into this caller, I'm so sorry. I just have a correction to this story. Vinny came clean only 2 months after.
Oh, really?
It only took 2 months.
God, it felt like
from our
so
mother.
long.
Yeah.
I felt so guilty. It felt like forever. 2 months?
Thanks.
That's
thanks
hilarious.
For texting, Mom. Thank
Holy
you.
shit! How funny it's so different when you're a kid. The way you remember things. I thought it was like 4 years. Like holy shit!
I thought you were going to say it was only 2 months ago that he came
Oh, yeah.
clean.
That I broke your finger and lied
Yeah.
about it.
Sorry. All right, caller. Hello.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about being abusive to younger siblings.
What you got?
Oh, I was terrible to my sister.
Good.
Let's hear it.
And we've had conversations since then where she's told me that I've made her a stronger person because of it.
Oh yeah, I've gotten a lot of that. Absolutely, I can endure a lot.
Yeah.
And
see?
I'm patient.
That's why we did it.
Yeah.
Well, you chase your sister upstairs with a screwdriver. She locks herself in her room, so you take her doorknob out, won't let her out to use the bathroom until your parents come home.
That was a Tuesday afternoon at our house. That's like nothing. One time.
Do you know how many stabbings?
Oh my
occurred?
god. My other sister, who's not here, has fucking stabbed me like 3 times. It's
At
insane.
least.
Well, and once not that long ago at a bar.
Yeah, that's
on
right.
your birthday, I
I forgot
It
about
was
that.
on her birthday.
Oh, it was on her birthday. Oh, well, then that's okay.
The first time she stabbed me with a fork and drew blood because I kept stealing her sandwiches. She kept making sandwiches and I just kept fucking stealing them.
Is that the family tradition, you guys? Instead of like the birthday spanking, you got the birthday stabbing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing like a good old birthday stabbing.
And the other time she stabbed me with a pair of scissors.
You guys must be Italian.
Yeah, we are. And she so once we got to like 13 or 14, she had moved on to stabbing me with scissors. There was some dispute, like a get out of my room, fuck you dispute. And
I feel like it was over a necklace.
it was, well, here's what happened.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. I didn't have any room in my room. This is what I was saying. What it actually was that she was trying to do homework. And I was like, I'm going to hacky sack right in your room, because I'm lonely. So maybe you'll pay attention to me if I do that. And so I started hacky sacking, which is another funny thing about being like young and siblings. You would never just go like, hey, do you want to hang out and talk? Like, I kind of don't feel good. Like, you would only just lash out in weird ways, But so I'm hacky sacking in her room and I won't stop. And she told me, if you don't get out of here, I'm going to cut your hacky sack. And I held it up. I was like, you would never do that. And she just took a pair of scissors and cut it. And I was like, oh, what? And she turned and ran. And I grabbed the back of her shirt and grabbed her necklace. And it just broke and all the beads went flying everywhere. And then she turns around and runs at me with the scissors, just stabbing and slashing like she was going to kill me.
Did
and
you guys grow up in a cartoon?
No, I got-
Because that's what that sounds like.
I got a couple of defense wounds. She just fucking attacks me and just stabs me right in the forearm a couple times. Big fucking, probably should have got stitches, just deep scissor wounds, where you could see the fucking flesh in there. Like ew. And then I forget what happened after that. Oh yeah, then I looked at my arm and I was like, what the fuck? You just stabbed me? And she turns and runs back to her room and she slips on that stupid fucking thin rug, that little carpet that was always between the hallway shit.
Yeah.
We had this stupid little fucking slippery rug and she just turns and runs and slips and stabs herself in the hand twice as bad as she fucking stabbed me. And she actually went to the hospital, I think.
No.
Or she didn't.
No, Mom was at work and our aunt came over to tend to her.
Yeah.
And when Katie told her how she had done it, my aunt said she deserved it and refused to take her to the hospital.
Yeah.
She should have gotten stitches. She has a huge scar from that.
And then, so yeah, I've got the scar right here too. But she another time, we're just at a bar, and she just fucking stabbed me with a sharp,
She had a
rose.
rose.
It was a rose that had been cut at an angle.
No. It was on sometimes they put a sharp plastic thing on the bottom of it, and then
To keep it
goes
wet?
in the water.
Yeah.
A little water thing. And so she had pulled that apart, and
You have to
And-
get on your mic if you're gonna
Sorry.
talk.
And she would she get you in the neck or the
Here's
arm?
exactly what happened. You said, "Holy shit, that thing is sharp."
No,
And
she was-
said,
she was-
"I'll stab you." And she stabbed
Yeah,
you.
this one made no sense. We weren't even mad. This one was just for no reason whatsoever. She was playing around like she was gonna stab me. Here's exactly what happened. She was playing like she was gonna stab me, and I felt it, and I was like, "Hey, be careful! This thing is really, really sharp. And she goes, damn right it is, and just fucking tries to stab me in the chest. And I blocked it and stabbed, and it just stabbed like deep into my hand. I started bleeding all over the fucking bar, like not even a like a superficial wound whatsoever. I was bleeding everywhere,
dude.
And she just fucking stabs me for no reason.
Hold on.
But it was like so on purpose and crazy.
Yeah, and it was really funny.
Yeah.
It was really, really funny. But let's talk about your blood for a second, because why is your
great.
Blood so bright
I have
red?
fucking awesome blood.
Why is it that?
I don't know.
Have you guys seen his blood?
Well, I saw it on the floor of that bar. Yes.
Yeah. No, I
It was,
bleed
like,
great.
really
It's really good.
bright.
Yeah. No, because I don't
Does
like.
it always do that?
Yeah, it's always looked good. I remember when I was a little kid, I would see other people's blood and be like, why is it so dark? But it was really just that my blood is like cartoon red.
You know your blood type?
No. Why?
I don't know. I just wondered if maybe people
that's-
with the different blood type. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that says
It's
something.
the only
about
thing
it.
I can think about.
But yeah, no, my blood looks great, especially on like a white floor or something.
Yeah.
Looks awesome. Those perfect splatters. Is so red.
No. Also, when you have it all over
Still
your
here?
teeth, that's good too.
Once again, it's because you're
Yeah.
Italian. You bleed marinara.
Right, exactly. Some beautiful marinara blood I've got.
Right. I'm German, so it's black.
Me too.
Yeah, no, most people's blood is way darker than mine, I've noticed.
Mine's blue.
He's a rich
Because
boy.
you're
Yeah.
royalty.
Yeah, he is. He grew up very wealthy, didn't you?
Used to be.
Got a silver spoon in your mouth since day one, Black.
Now I'm pawned it.
Yeah, that's true. He chose to live like a fucking horrible scumbag. I gotta hand it to him.
I always say I was born with a plastic spork in my mouth.
Yep.
Boo.
Wah, wah.
Sorry, I would have laughed at that, but I was drinking, and then the awkward silence just warranted a boo. It wasn't actually that bad. All right, anyways, John, what else did you do to your little sister, or we gotta get out of here and do something else?
I don't know. We were just talking about like horrible parent experiences,
Do you think we depressed?
and I thought I'd
Everyone left. We had a decent little audience. Now everyone left. Did we depress everyone?
This has been such a rough everything.
Yeah.
All right, well then I
think
shouldn't
the
talk about
stabbings
this.
are
Then.
kind of funny.
No, go ahead, John. Let's go further. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm helping my dad do some varnishing on some windows and whatnot, and he takes me aside and says like, "Oh, you know, your stepmom who has Alzheimer's and dementia, she's planning on committing suicide."
Ooh.
And he's like, "So, would it be cool if like I came to dinner
John.
that night that she does it?"
John, hold on. You're talking like very recently. This is going on right now for you, right?
Yeah, this is gonna happen in like the next 6 months.
Yeah. So anyway, sorry to interrupt you. So and you've told me about this before that she plans on killing herself at one point. This is his dad's wife. So he wants you to go out to dinner with him while she does it.
So he has an alibi.
So he has an alibi, and then he wants you to come back to the house to.
And he's gonna discover the body, and I will be there to hold him while he cries.
And yeah.
Man.
And I think it's a little much to ask.
Do you?
No.
I
Go
think you
somewhere
should-
where you'll be on camera though too, so that it's not still just your word.
Yeah, you don't want
Yeah.
him. You don't want him to get fucked in some weird
Yeah,
lawsuit.
go
you
to
know,
like a casino together.
Oh
Go
no, of course
somewhere
not.
where
And
it's
of
gonna
course
be-
I'm gonna do it. It's just like I really don't want to.
you have to do
If
it.
he can't ask his son to do that, who can he ask?
Yeah, you have to do it.
Matt sounds like he's underwater.
Oh, really?
It's because I am.
Yeah.
He's in the fish tank.
We have
over
him in a
here.
tub.
Yep. It's a new thing
Well,
we're
that's
doing
some
for the
cool
show.
microphones you guys got.
Yeah, it sounds cheap, but it's really nice.
Yeah. Just shut up.
No, we're working on his sound. We were talking about it. He's got a very unique voice. We're working on it.
Oh no, and I gave him a shout out on the old Facebook today.
Oh,
Yes,
good.
and I accepted your friendship.
All right.
But of course, how's that tattoo?
We're
healing?
buddies.
Yes, we are.
Oh yeah, Matt gave John a tattoo when he was here. That's true.
Nice.
You know, every anorexic person I've described your tattoo to wants to have a reproduction of
John-
your tattoo now.
Yeah, John has big problems with eating. He's more of a bulimic, and he got a tattoo of a fork broken in half with the words "never again" written under it.
I might get that on my bicep. I'm serious. I was like, you know what? That's pretty badass. I might get that next myself. Like, you're really onto something.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
So, John, let me ask you this: when your dad
No, the only person who liked the picture I took of the tattoo so far has been a weird guy in New Orleans. So
let me ask you this: when your dad calls you to do this, do you think you've processed what it's going to take for you to kind of be strong in that situation and what you're going to need, or is it going to be sort of like you're just going to you're just gonna fake it till you make it once you're there? You know what I mean? Like, do you feel
I'm just
ready?
gonna take him to the titty bar.
No, seriously, do you feel ready for that or what?
No, absolutely not.
No.
Well, how could you?
No.
Well, you could.
It's probably gonna break a hole in part of me. But
yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Do you think that he's prepared, or do you think that he's gonna be kind of a mess afterwards?
That's the big question. It really is, because there are times when I really wonder that.
Can I ask you how she's planning to actually die? Like, is this going to be like a messy scene to come back to, or is it just going to be a dead body?
What was that?
Like, how is she going to do it? Is she going to take pills, or is she going to, like, shoot herself?
Well, I don't know. That's the thing, is that my dad's talking to me. He says, are we going to line up the pills for her? Can we expect her to remember to take them in the right order? Or do we give her a razor blade and expect her to remember how to do that right? Because what if she botches it?
So she has Alzheimer's. So when you can never be sure what she'll do when you guys leave the house. So even if she consciously decides, okay, it's time to go, you guys leave so you don't get in trouble. But when you might come back to her just watching TV.
Right. Or her sitting in the bathtub with the paper cut.
Yeah, and having done something ineffectual but problematic.
And pretending she's dead.
Oh, fuck. Wow, so what does your dad say? He doesn't know what the method's going to be and how they're going to handle it?
He thinks it's probably going to be an overdose.
Does she have any other family that might be able to help it with this?
No, her whole family's dead. She's got a great aunt in Buffalo.
This is why we need dying with dignity laws.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Or
you
just-
can go.
No,
to
there's nothing wrong with it. She's one of the most. She's the strongest woman I've ever known in my entire life. She's been a major role model to me. And if this is how she wants to do it, I completely support that.
No,
it's
so
just
do
a
I.
cleanup.
But that's what I mean. Like, that's why we should have death with dignity laws, because then she could just get, like, medically assisted suicide as opposed to worrying about, are you going to botch it or this or that.
Or your dad wouldn't have to risk getting in trouble
That
if he
too, I was about
he
to
was
say
there.
that.
if he
Yeah.
helped
But
her.
I mean, you can just go to Oregon or in North Carolina or something maybe. I don't know if you have to move there. Or
There's
what.
other states you can get it done, I guess, but imagine
you can
the
also,
expense,
like,
too.
here though, you can just go outside and go to sleep in the snow.
Yeah, but that sounds terrible.
Yeah.
No, it's completely painless for the most part. Like, you get over the shivers and your body just shuts down.
So you think she should just stop crying about it and just get it over with?
Oh, it'd be nice if she didn't bring it up at dinner every fucking night.
Jesus Christ.
No, that's a serious comment. She does.
Oh, yeah. Well, fuck, dude.
No, you go to the grocery store, you'd be like, do you think we should get the organic broccoli or the regular broccoli? She's like, I don't know. I wish I was dead.
The states with death with dignity is Oregon, Vermont, Washington, and Montana. So
Holy fuck,
Going
John.
to Montana soon.
I think I'm going to add
guys
somebody.
together.
Somebody else wants to get in on this. Let's see who else is here. Hello.
Hey, how are ya?
Hi, who's this?
My name is Mike. I'm actually calling. Your stream just went up
Oh, did it? Ah, shit.
off Ustream, so we were listening on another device, and I just want to call, give you a heads up.
Thank you very much. We'll see what's going on. You know what it is? We've been having fucking computer problems, and I'm actually updating our whole system soon. Here, it should be back up now. I'll try to keep an eye on that. If it goes down, just check back in a minute. We should have it back up. I just have to restart it once in a while.
Yeah,
but
it's on the Ustream.
right, yeah. But by next week, we'll probably have new computers and shit, and this shouldn't be a problem anymore. But thank you for letting us know. I appreciate it.
Anything else?
Yeah, absolutely. I also wanted to comment on, I guess, I don't know if it's an old topic now, but terrorizing your sister.
Oh yeah. What do you get?
So that was a pretty interesting topic. And just, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, but I ended up throwing my sister down the stairs.
Dude, wait. So
You did
did
that.
I. When I was 4. I don't know how old you were, but
That's hilarious.
he was like 22. Dude, when I was 4 years old, I pushed my sister who was 3 down the entire flight of stairs, and she broke her collarbone. Thank God, that's all. She could have fucking died. But what happened with you?
It was she was talking shit to me.
Yeah, fuck
and,
that.
I was probably 14 at the time, and she was talking shit, thinking that she's God on earth or whatever.
Yeah, that's how
and
they
I
are at that age.
picked her up and threw her down the stairs.
Put her in her place.
That was that.
Yeah.
And then she moved out, and I haven't talked to her for like 18 years.
Holy fuck!
Whoa.
Really? That was the last time you saw her?
I swear to God,
How old was she?
that's crazy. She was the same age.
Wow, that's a heavy story. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, what's
Yeah,
with
no, it
tonight?
was crazy.
So we're talking.
And then I found out through my mom that she was getting married. But it's not like, everybody has, like, when they get married, you go and have this big thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she didn't do that. Apparently this was, like, on the down low, but she got married in the courthouse.
Yeah, she's probably afraid to tell you guys where she's at. This is fucking
Well, yeah.
It's hard.
Like, she might think I'm going to throw her off the balcony or some shit.
right. Jesus Christ, Mike.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
Nah.
I'm happy where I'm at.
And
No
you
big
know
deal.
what?
But anyways,
You were
that's
four.
the best, man. Love listening to the show.
Oh, thank you.
Long time listener.
Thank you.
And keep it up, man. You guys are great.
Cool, man. Thanks for letting us know
Thank you.
about the stream.
Good night.
All right, you too. So, you're 14. Yeah, that sounds pretty fucked up, but I guess I could understand it. You don't fucking know some people, when you're 14, you're still completely unaware of morality, any of that bullshit.
Yeah.
I like to think I wouldn't have done
Hey,
it,
Vinny.
at that age, but hey, that's the kind of fans we attract around here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey,
All
Vinny,
right, what's up?
I'm gonna tag out.
Oh, you gotta go.
No, it's just like I can't hear anything on the phone.
You can't.
It's all coming to me at like different delays.
Why is everything fucked up? All right, well, let's just finish up just your final comments on what's going on with you and your dad and the whole situation, and then we'll let you go.
Yeah. I'm going to support my dad and my stepmom in their decisions and deal with it emotionally as best I can.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We'll be interested to hear back from you on how that develops.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people could really benefit from hearing how you deal with that,
Oh, it's like it's to the point where anytime there's a movie where they have anything humorous about someone old with Alzheimer's or something, I get like teary and like mad.
It sucks. Comedy's a rough one, man. When you get involved in either consuming it and appreciating it or trying to take part in it in small ways like we do, it's really rough. You want to make fun of everything, and it is hard when your thing comes up. You know what I
and
mean?
that's the thing. The thing is, I see the humor, I get the joke, and I'm not mad. It's
Right.
just it's too close to the bone for me.
Oh,
you know?
I know, and it's hard. It's really hard. It's really hard to be a good sport about your thing. We all want to make fun of stuff. Everybody has their thing that's too raw and too close to home for them, and I've had it. There's times that you just got to be a good sport and realize that it's not done to hurt anyone. It's just comedy. You know what I mean? It's there's something that's hard for everyone to see.
This reminds me of my my best joke ever. I got laid off on September 11th, 2009 or 10. And so my boss was like, today's going to be your last day. And I just said, this is the worst September 11th ever. And I can't believe he didn't immediately rehire me for my hilarity.
Right. That's a that's a great joke to have the presence of mind to make right then. That's funny.
Yeah. And then I cried after that.
Yeah,
So,
you did.
You know.
Let us never forget.
Yeah, but you made the joke. That's
Yeah.
what really
was
matters.
important.
Yeah.
All right, John. Well, thanks for sharing that story, really. And
Yeah, let me give a quick shout out to my boy Ren the cat.
all right.
And you guys have a great night.
All right, thanks, man.
All right, later.
Bye. Oh boy. Man, I'm glad to have the distraction of doing this show sometimes.
Yeah.
Aren't you happy you have
Yeah.
somewhere to fucking go every week?
Yeah. Big time.
What do you guys feel about the hospital situation? So when you have a loved
my
one,
God.
when you have a loved one in the hospital, it's fucked up because sometimes there's an emergency and they have to be there. But we spend a lot of time looking into and talking about the medical industry and the way that it runs so corrupt and the way that a lot of medicines are poison and treatments are wrong and stuff is done through a bureaucratic chain that doesn't look at the individual and their health and stuff. It's hard to see someone in the hospital and and you're like, fuck, there's nothing else. I can't, you feel like this place is evil, this place is fucking is gross and disgusting.
I always say
And just
people go there to die.
It's a churning house of death. But sometimes you've become a case where there's no alternative medicine. There's no preventative therapy. There's no anything that can do, you know what I mean? It's gotta be, you gotta put yourself in their fucking hands. It sucks.
Yeah, and they refuse to include diet in their whole thing. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
it's
there's
not,
no-
It's
there-
not about healing. It
No.
has nothing to do with healing. It has to do with treatment.
Right.
And they're two completely different things. A
Dude.
doctor will refuse to advise you on food because they're not qualified to talk about nutrition because they're doctors
Yeah.
and all they know is medicine.
You need to see a nutritionist.
Yeah. Who
Yeah.
is a doctor who will heal you with food?
There was a great cartoon I saw one time that just said it was a doctor leaning over a small child with a pill in his hand and said, although I'm a doctor, I'm not going to advise you to get 20 minutes of cardio a day, eat this and this and this, drink this much water, and try to stay free of stress and sadness. Instead, here's a drug for you. Please be wary of any side effects. This really fucking sums it up, because I think a lot of us have had this experience when you're in the doctor's office, they won't talk about diet and day-to-day lifestyle stuff. It's just anything you mention, well, I've been doing this or that, and like, no, that's not, they just have like a by-the-book way of diagnosing. They're very arrogant. A lot of them. There's probably good doctors and shit, but
Well,
like,
and I also noticed the last time I was at the doctor, and I actually had some legitimate questions I was trying to ask, and so I would ask a question, and she would talk for a good 5 minutes, and none of what she said had anything to do with my question.
Yeah.
right.
And I was like, "Are we
a lot of
having
I've had a
conversation?"
doctor Google my autoimmune condition in front of me and read about it out loud to me.
that doesn't bother me so much
like
because
I didn't know what it was.
okay, but that one is sort of like they're not gonna ever know every single fucking disease in the book, and you shouldn't need them to.
Yeah.
You need them to
No.
know how the body works enough to that they then when they look it up, they can make some fucking sense of it,
Yeah.
But a lot of them don't even.
I do want to talk about I don't think I've ever talked about this on the show before. I have an autoimmune condition which causes abscesses on my skin.
Ew.
I was diagnosed with it in an emergency room situation, and I had been to like 4 doctors before for similar symptoms, and nobody was able to tell me what it was. I was misdiagnosed over and over and treated
Jesus.
with like at least a dozen rounds of unnecessary antibiotics, because that's not how you treat what I have, because nobody knew what it was.
Right.
Now, I will say that I didn't have medical insurance, and so I was getting the minimum amount of testing done.
And I wasn't paying my bills.
Yeah, well, I mean, there were a lot of things at play, but regardless, it took just the happenstance of the right doctor in an emergency room
Sure.
to get the right name for it. So I started going online and researching it, and she told me to go to a dermatologist to get it treated. So I started looking into what doctors recommended to treat this condition, and they said any website or forum where it was like a medical professional speaking on it, they were saying you can either do antibiotics for the rest of your life, like 6 months on, 6 months off. However, the antibiotics that they were recommending caused neurological damage, so it would basically make me crazy and emotional forever. Or you can have surgery, which will help ease the symptoms, but it won't prevent them from coming back. So I felt pretty fucking hopeless and thought that the rest of my life I was just going to be in pain. I was going to have unsightly scars and sores on my skin, which I had already been suffering with for years, but kept them covered because I didn't know what they were.
How long did that go on for?
Like 3 years.
Oh, wow.
I had persistent symptoms of this that I thought that they were my fault, and I was embarrassed. And looking back on it, it's ridiculous. How could I be doing something that was causing me to have those symptoms for years and years and years? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then I did I searched the name of the disease and the word food, and I started eating a restricted diet. That's why I started eating all crazy. My symptoms completely went away, and I have been, for the most part, 100% symptom-free, completely normal and healthy since.
And no doctor could come close to that fucking...
I never even went to a dermatologist.
Right. But no doctor would have told you how to get there.
Not a chance. I learned from food bloggers on the internet what to do.
Should I say... There's possibly some really expensive, like, natural doctor somewhere that might have gotten you there, but it's not. Our medical system was not set up to get you that answer, or even in the ballpark, you know.
And then I started doing research on autoimmune diseases because they're weird and they're interesting, and your body just attacks itself, and nobody knows what causes them. They don't seem to be genetic. They don't seem to be caused by any outside thing. It's just like a freak occurrence that happens in the body.
Wow.
And now there's a bunch of research that indicates the consumption of processed foods over long periods of time are very, very widespread contributors to the widespread autoimmune diseases. I mean, it's like...
kind of zoning out now.
They're increasing all over the world. Processed foods are making everybody sick. That's where this all ends.
Now I'm back.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's that. So food can cure you of anything.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of like, I know we fucking beat it into the ground on this show, but the changes I've made in my diet, it's just fucking unbelievable. The difference it's made. Yeah, I mean, it's just fucking. They don't teach you that in our culture. No, they don't fucking teach you that it's wrong to eat fast food. Now it's starting, you know, but like nobody. It just sounds so stupid, you know, but like. Nobody fucking teaches you that when you eat shitty, you feel shitty. It's just fucking retarded, you know? and finally, yeah, like I've talked about before, I cut out the stupid bullshit, and it's just make the little extra effort to get to the grocery store or get at least to a fucking regular diner where you could get some halfway decent food or some shit, you know? Stop eating bullshit from the gas station and all that stuff, and I don't drink soda and all that bullshit. And it was just an amazing difference in my life, mentally especially. Because I was young enough that my body hadn't really broken down from all that bullshit, you know. I was young enough that I still felt pretty good physically day to day. But man, when I cut out excitotoxins, when I cut out corn syrup and a lot of preservatives and processed foods, my brain cleared up. Yeah. My brain just got so much clearer. I stopped. The fluoride was another big one. Just be conscious of that, you know. Which everyone gets some of. But all this little stuff put together, man, it just turned me into a different person.
It's amazing. And it sounds stupid to just say it out loud, but it's true. There's like, if you've never like just eaten so well that you feel it.
Yeah.
It's
And you don't even have to be a Nazi. You just
No.
have to not eat the poison.
yeah.
That's all it is. And then I don't know how many times I've fucking said this on the show or if I've just told people I know so many times, but I swear to God, I used to be a candy addict, you know, and I would eat gummy bears and Snickers and shit every night, you know, and I cut all that shit out at once and I'd walk past it at the gas station and be like, for the first few weeks, my body would yearn for that stuff as I walked past it. I'd be like, oh God, I want those gummy worms so fucking bad. And not 3 weeks to a month later, I was walking past that candy aisle looking at it like, what is this? It's not food. This is gross. Did I eat that? That's like made of fucking petroleum, you know? Like just looking at it, just your body just reforms so quickly, you know? It's
Yeah.
amazing how you retrain your body and it gets used to processing natural sugars and all that shit and a lot less sugar in general. But like, it's amazing how your body fucking figures it out. Let's turn shit around.
Yeah. Sugar cravings tend to come from candida, which is actually a fungus that grows
I know.
inside your
I can't
body.
think about that. That's creepy.
Okay.
Let's talk about it.
Well, your cravings go away.
You guys know
because-
about this?
Yes.
because
No?
you starve it. It manipulates the chemicals in your body to tell your brain, hey, put sugar in me. And the more sugar you give it, the bigger it gets and the more sugar it wants. And as you starve it, it wants less and less and less. And
it's
it
called-
manipulates you less and less.
It's called Candida.
Candida.
What is it exactly?
It's a fungus. It's a fungus and it grows
it's
on
in-
your spine.
It's in everyone?
Yeah, it's like, you know, how you have like bacteria and digestive stuff and you've got enzymes and living things and
I
it's just
do?
one of those things. Yeah, you got all that.
That's why you eat yogurt.
You have like a million bacteria and probiotics in you.
Right. No, I know. So this is called Candida, and it grows in your fucking spine. Why do we have to know so much? This is so gross.
I don't know.
That's going
We
on
can
in me
thank-
right now?
Yeah, we can thank Unsolved Mysteries expert David Box for this information.
Yuck.
because,
That's
who
so
told me
right
about it.
now it's growing in your spine.
Yep, and it's manipulating your body to communicate with your brain that you need sugar.
Dirty.
My candida is a fucking beast. You know, I quit
What can you
cigarettes.
do to get rid of your Candida?
I quit smoking cigarettes, no problem. Never looked back. Everyone says that's one of the worst addictions you can have.
We both did.
Yeah.
We both
I
just quit cold turkey with no
cannot-
plan and just fucking never touched one again.
I cannot fucking not drink soda. I struggle with soda addiction so much worse
Really?
than I have struggled with anything else.
I
Yeah.
used to drink 6 Cokes a day, and when I stopped, like I said, it was really hard. And now I don't even want soda. Like sometimes when you bring the Mexican sodas, I'll have one still out of old habit, and I really don't even want it. Like my
stopped bringing 'em.
my body's done with that shit.
Yeah. I try to substitute like soda water and stuff, and it always lasts for a little while. But you know, I work in a restaurant.
Incidentally, though, my body's not done with entire fifths of whiskey for some reason. That's still going on.
But sugar has been a much worse addiction for me than anything else I've ever encountered in my life. And
Sugar's a rough one.
yeah.
Dude, that's why I had to quit it entirely. Obviously, you can't. And sugar's another one of those ones, like people with like eating addictions. Sucks because you can't quit eating. So every day, it's like if you're a fucking crack addict and they're like, here, you're allowed to have 1 hit of crack a day. You know what I mean? It's like it's fucking torture. So eating is a rough one, and sugar is especially rough because you need some of it, you know, and you need different forms of it, and you have to have it. So you'll get that. Even if you just eat an orange, you'll get that thing where you go, oh, I need more sweet stuff. Because it sometimes, when you're a sugar addict, because I know I've gone to the gas station for ice cream at 4 a.m. many, many times,
Yeah.
you know.
Yep.
But that first bite will trigger this thing in your brain where you don't care about anything anymore. You're just like, I'm getting as much of this as I can get right now.
I will steal candy from the child who lives in my house to get sugar.
I bet you have.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
have done that recently.
And
Easter candy, that shit's good. I love jelly beans.
no,
man.
sugar's a rough one. And look how many of us are walking around like fat tubs of shit.
Yeah,
Why,
It's fucking terrible.
Why can't I get in shape?
I don't know, because I eat a diet of pure sugar.
Right.
Everything is sugar.
Bunch of fat slobs.
Yeah. Well, here we are.
Holy Christ. All right, well, you guys want to take a quick break? I think we've done about an hour, right?
Yeah, let's take a break.
We're going to take 2 minutes. Hold on, actually. Can you guys ramble about something while I find some music? Talk about what else we're going to do tonight.
I was going to tell another story about sugar.
Yeah, go ahead and tell a story.
So I stopped eating sugar and I felt like garbage for a couple weeks. And apparently I also looked like shit because one of the Indian men I work with said, "Oh, Tracy, you look terrible. Bags under the eyes." And I was like, all right, Sanjeev, back off.
Wait, hold on. Andrea, are there any Indian ladies that want to comment on Tracy's appearance?
Oh, Tracy, you look terrible. Oh, you poor thing. Who has been so mean to you that you look
Sugar.
so sad? Sugar. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
All
my
right.
goodness.
So the other things we're going to talk about this evening, we're talking about waiter stories. Matt Gear's got some good ones.
You know what? Actually, we're gonna have to hold that for another night. I'm feeling really fucking nauseous.
All right, we're gonna pass on the waiter stories.
We're gonna replace it with Mount Everest.
All right.
Update. Matt Gear's getting sick and he says he's going to leave.
I'm sorry.
So we will have to hold on his
he was just writing a note.
awesome waiter stories.
I was really quiet. I'm sure you know.
So, so that's a bummer.
One more minute.
I just want to apologize to everybody and just say I'm really sorry. I was around a lot of people last night. That's the only thing I can chalk it up to because normally my health is pretty kick-ass as far as that. But I don't feel so good, so...
Andrea, how does he look?
I'm gonna go.
Andrea, how does he look?
He looks great.
No, come on.
Do the Indian lady.
God damn it.
Yeah, I was like, they're obviously asking for that.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I thought you just wanted me to shout with the echo.
Oh, Matt, you look terrible.
What
Are
is
you
he-
sick?
I don't know why I feel like the Indian lady has to have the echo.
Vinegar. Do
Yeah,
you guys
she
know
does.
What that is?
Yes, apple
I'm gonna-
cider vinegar.
Cures
That's all.
everything.
Drink a bunch of it and
Just
hope that
chug
I
it.
feel better tomorrow. Yeah, seriously. I can't afford to fucking be sick. And if I am sick, I know who got me sick. And I'm talking about pushing girls down the stairs. Well, there you go. Like,
Fuck that bitch up.
right? Like, what the fuck? Don't come to a party if you are sick. That's all I have to say. Like,
Don't
what an
lick
inconsiderate
everybody.
fucking person.
And
You don't
especially
show up at
don't
a
let me
party.
eat you out for 45 minutes when you know you're sick. That's what you want to say.
Don't come to a party if you're sick. It's,
All right. On that note, we're going to play a couple songs and we're going to regroup, and we will be back on the Sunday Evening Overdose in 2 short minutes. We're going to try to lighten it up a little bit. Sorry for all the death talk, but this is our fucking thing. We got to work through it. So we'll be back shortly. Stay right here. So I actually really like this song and this record. It's just a little 7-inch single, and I don't know who it is.
I really like it too.
There are 0 words on the cover or the record. These people do not want you to know who they are.
Or discernible in the
Oops,
song.
wait, let me turn that off. Yeah, nor are there really any words that you can understand, but I like it.
No, me too.
It's very interesting sounding. But here's what I think happened. I think somebody gave me this record when we were playing a show. And I think I must have played with this band at some point. But fuck. How many bands have I played with?
Yeah.
70 million? I don't fucking know. It's I have no... Do you recognize these guys?
No.
I have
I
no
can't
idea
imagine
who it
you
is.
being on a bill with this.
Oh, we've played with everybody.
Well, no, I know, but I
the
just
fuck
don't
outta here.
remember anything like this ever at one of your shows.
Nah, we've played with bands that like this. That's not true.
Remember when you played with that jam band at the Mutiny?
No.
There's like 20
repressed
people
it.
like drinking like PBR, and then this like terrible band from Michigan just like had like a 14-minute song.
Oh my god. That's the best when people try to play long guitar solos on like the local like original scene where no one
Wednesday
gives a
night,
shit.
yeah.
It's like, yeah, buddy, I can do that too. Idiot.
Good job.
So, anyways, this band, I've played this record on the show a few times. I fucking don't know who it is. If anybody knows who it is that ever hears this, let us know. Because they definitely are cool. But I didn't buy this. That's the thing. Somebody had to have given this to me as a trade or some shit for a CD or whatever, you know? So somebody we fucking played with. Whatever. Cool shit.
Yeah, that was
No
cool.
idea who it is. David Box is on his way.
On his way.
Before that, we're going to do that stupid cop that slapped the lady's cell phone out of her hand and like fucking stomped on it and broke it and shit. I think Tracy caught up on that story during the break. We didn't prepare a show today.
No,
We're just too fucking having deaths and strokes.
Yeah, I heard about it on the radio while I was driving, though, so I'm fully informed.
Well, what did you hear, though? There was an update to it.
Well, yeah, so basically what happened is this woman, Beatrice Paez in Southgate, California, saw that it looked like somebody was getting arrested, near her house, so she went outside to film it, and apparently she also had the foresight to tell her neighbors to film her filming it. So
that is one smart bitch right there.
yes. And
I got a lot of respect for that cunt.
She was filming, and I guess the cops told her back away or whatever, and she said, I'm not in the way, I'm not doing anything. And then at one point she told the cop, like, you're scaring me, back away from me. You're getting too close to me.
Typical pushy broad.
And so then eventually, and then I guess they were asking her to stop filming, and part of it I heard, he said, you can go across the street and film all you want, but you can't be this close. And so anyways, it culminated with another cop, not the one she had been talking to, coming up and taking her phone and smashing it on the ground, and then also I heard jumping up and down on it, which just sounds hilarious.
I watched the video. Did you watch it?
No.
Oh, you didn't watch it?
No.
Yeah, this has been out for about a week, I think. We missed it last week, actually. I think it's been out since we did the last show. Or we didn't do the Sunday show last week. That's right.
Right, yeah.
So this has been out, and it's fucking crazy. I mean, it's a typical cop. It's a guy who just can't fucking take it that somebody's not cowering in his presence, and he just charges at her like a fucking animal, grabs the phone. You got the video right now, right?
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, and you can hear the lady that's filming it. I think all you really hear in the audio, we'll play it. I think all you really hear in the audio is the lady that's filming, like, oh no, oh my God, like in the background. But you'll see that the lady, so basically this is it's a video of someone taking video. And so she's videoing the cops, possibly just to fucking do it, just to exercise it, the old right muscle. And so she's asked, I guess, ahead of time, the people across the street to film her do that, right?
Right, yeah.
This cop goes fucking crazy, dude.
This is some creepy ad that's playing right now real quick.
What's happening with the cop? Anything yet?
Well, I was going to say what I heard on the radio is that, we're not sure if this will make it to, court or not. But if it does, it won't just be a question of, can you film the cops? It will be, can a citizen give a cop a command?
Hold
would
on.
be the issue.
But don't say it like you actually think that. You got to set that up.
I'm saying that's what I
like,
heard on the radio.
But that's what that's what they're pushing.
Yeah.
Like that's people you hear you say, I don't know. This the way you said it seemed like I don't know. I understood what you meant, but I actually put it out there what you mean.
Well, yeah, I mean that's crazy. You'd pull out the one thing she said in there or whatever and make that the issue and just flip it around. I mean,
that's how moronic and childish the mainstream media thinks you are. They're just absolutely insulting at every turn. So the lady asked the cop to stop attacking her. Hey, you're scaring me. Get back. And the news wants to have you look at that and then in front of your face go, so this is an issue of whether a citizen can order a cop around. Because most fucking idiots are going to have a knee-jerk reaction to that. Because the media is...
that's not safe.
And go, no, come on. They can't. So they're going to turn against it. The media is so fucking good at throwing a straw man argument out there for everyone to latch onto and get angry about and just distorting the issue completely. It's just absolute fucking, it's just complete, help me out here. This is complete bullshit, I guess.
It's a total manipulation. That's all it is.
That's what I'm going for.
Yeah.
It's just it's a deliberate, complete manipulation. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm exhausted, and I've drank fucking 2/5 of whiskey in the past 24 hours.
Yeah. You're doing all right.
I figure I'm doing all right considering.
All right, let's see how this goes. My computer is a little fucked up right now for some reason. I can't figure out why, but let's give this a shot anyway.
Give it a shot. We're going to check out this video of this crazy fucking... What kind of cop was this, too? It was
US
a U.S. Marshal?
Yep.
Aren't these guys supposed to be... Oh, there's a commercial playing. Aren't these guys supposed to be, like, the top of the best of the best? Aren't the U.S. Marshals, like, Is it freezing? Whatever. We don't even need to play it. I mean, we described the whole fucking thing. The audio doesn't do anything for anyone.
Sorry.
So yeah, I mean, I've seen the video 100 times. You guys can look it up very easily. And the cop just grabs the phone and smashes it on the ground. And they all start, whenever they do something like that, they all start walking away really quickly.
Yeah.
They get out of the scene really fast. The cops, whatever they were doing there, they fucking leave. What were they doing there? Do you know?
Arresting someone across the street? No, I don't know the details of that initial reason they were there.
Okay. Know anything else or no?
Nope.
All right. Well,
did you see the video?
No, I haven't watched it. I don't waste my time because I just feel like cop videos are all the same. They boil my blood. They give me stress. I understand. I don't need to see it every day.
We went through a period where we were watching all of them.
Yeah.
And it just was fucking exhausting, sickening. Now I don't watch anything to do with pets anymore. I can't watch them shoot dogs anymore. There's so many videos of that.
I could never watch those.
I've seen a few of them.
I accidentally saw a photo of a dead dog one time and I was not okay with that.
Yeah.
No, I actually once during an interview was shown photographs of dead dogs.
What kind of... Were you being interviewed as a serial killer? What the fuck?
No, okay. So
You recognize these?
It was
Chili.
when I was in law school and I was interviewing...
How about butterscotch and floppy? Where'd you bury him?
I was interviewing for a summer position at a law firm, and they did civil litigation, and so I went and was meeting with the big fancy lawyer, and he was maybe like 40, and so he's interviewing me. He's looking at my resume, and he's like, "Oh, I see you volunteer at an animal shelter," and I was like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Oh, you must love animals," and I was like, "Yeah, they're pretty
Here, I'm gonna
cool."
be Howard Stern for a minute. So did you suck his dick? Come on, you can tell us. Show him your tits. Just show him your tits. That's how you got famous in radio in the 80s. Sorry, go ahead.
So anyway, so he was like, "Oh, well, since you love animals, we're handling a case for a woman who got attacked by I think it was 2 pit bulls while she was jogging by the lake." And he's like, "Oh, there's some pictures, they put the dogs down," and then proceeds to show me like photographs that had been submitted into
You're an
evidence.
animal lover? Here's some dead dogs.
And I was like, "Oh God, what do I do? Like, I want to get a job for the summer, but not with this dude." And
that's horrific.
Don't let that be distracting.
All right. So, anyways, how do we? Oh, police videos. Yeah. All the same.
Dude, I can't. I don't know. Yeah, I've hated cops since I was fucking 14 years old. So I hated them. Like, I remember being 16 and talking about how I was happy when they fucking died, when they would get hit and they'd be on the news. "Oh, a cop was hit on 290. Like, nah.
I was in the perfect position last night.
What?
to fucking smash a police officer.
The buddy system.
I know.
We got to get
I
it started.
chickened out.
If everyone would do it.
I chickened out. It was weird. She was like a pretty little blonde cop.
Ooh, so
Yeah,
killable.
Would have been so
Killable.
But she didn't ignite that like particular flame of hatred that goes with like the stupid fucking jock, thick neck police officer.
When I was 16 years old, we got stopped in our car while we were smoking weed, and the cute female cop was there, you know, and we were all out of the car, and I knew I didn't have weed on me, but I knew that a couple of my friends did, and it was going down. Everybody was getting arrested anyways. So she goes, this cop asked us, the female cop asked us what we're doing, and somebody answered, and she goes, was that before or after you guys smoked the marijuana? And I swear to God, that's what she said. And my friend Jeff, who was talking to her, goes, what? You know, because he was just stalling, you know, like a liar. He goes, what? And I went to him, no, she was just trying to be cute. And she goes, this is actually kind of how long ago this was, because I got away with this. Like I was like, she was just trying to be cute, and she turned fucking red with rage, and she goes, what was I being? And I said again, I was like, cute. I said, you're being cute. And she just was totally silent, and I said, well, you certainly weren't being like literal or like direct, you know, you weren't like asking a direct question, you were like being cute, you know, find a way around it. And I like explained it like that, and she's like, she was like completely at a loss for words, and so like the older male cop, who I swear to God was like suppressing a laugh while this was going on, he just like put his hand on my shoulder. He's like, just come on, just stop it, you know. Just like, and it wasn't even like a threatening thing. He's just like, come on, leave it alone, you know. I was like, all right. And and then I always talk shit to my friends. Hated me when we were younger, because I was just with the dude that would just talk shit to the cops. They would just show up and be like, yeah, fuck you, fucking piece of shit, pig. And then we'd all get arrested. They'd be like, why'd you do that? I don't know. Fucking hate them. I can't take it. I just hate them. Fucking hate them, dude.
Yeah.
I just have a venomous rage that takes over, you know? Unless I'm doing something really wrong, and then I try to get out of it.
Yeah.
Something really bad. Yikes.
Yowza.
But I've always had that problem. I can never just yes sir, no sir. I just fuck you. I'm not living like that. Tracy has seen me interact with police. She doesn't like it.
Well, one time we had a good together little spat with the cop.
No, Tracy has seen me get in a cop's face, and like you can tell him I've fucking screamed in a cop's face and told him he wasn't shit in a police station.
And then I told him I didn't appreciate the tone of his voice.
Yeah. No, we just like, he tried to fucking come at us, and I was just like, fuck you, you piece of shit. And he tried to like come up in my face, so I just stood my ground and just screamed back in his face. And other cops had to like come and separate us and shit. Like, no, fuck those motherfuckers. I'm playing your fucking game.
I can't even remember the last time I interacted with a cop.
Dude, it sucks.
Stay away.
They're like pit bulls. You have to fucking bark back.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's the only way you get respect from those cocksuckers too. People act, oh yes or no, just be quiet. No, you only have a chance if they know you're on their level. When they know you're a real fucking criminal and you know the fucking deal, they actually give you a different form of respect. They really do. They don't. I mean, that shit that everybody else that you get from being polite, that's just you're just like calming a bully. That's all you're doing. He still wants your ass. When you act like me, they don't fucking want you. They're gonna treat you like it's a business relationship.
Yeah.
They know. I know the fucking drill. They know the fucking drill. They can tell that if you're experienced with them, you're not gonna fucking swipe a knife at them. You're not. You know what I mean? It's like a fucking business relationship that happens once you actually bark back.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it's different as a female I think.
Yeah, because there's not that thing where you might kill each other.
Right.
Yeah.
I have always usually gone the pity route. I do like the doe eyes and try and give him a sob story and and play dumb and it usually works out for me.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. I just prefer, because what always happens when you come back as intense at them as they come at you, it blows up for a minute. And then I swear to God, 99% of the time, they'll come back a minute later and be like, why you gotta be like that? And I'll be like, why you gotta be like that? And we'll work it out.
You'll hug it out.
No, we won't. But they'll respect me in a way they won't respect you idiots that say yes sir, no sir.
Yeah.
And act subservient. I swear to God, it's not.
No, I believe it.
It's not crazy. Ask any real criminal.
Yeah.
That's fucking how it is.
Ask any thug.
Well, I mean, they're going to give. That's what it is, because they're thugs.
Right.
So you got to come at them on their level.
Exactly.
That is what it is. But I swear to God, every time they will come down to that thing of like after you get in a fight with a guy at a bar and now you've got a different understanding. That's how they are, So.
Primitive creatures.
They're intense creatures. I try to understand police. I really do. I really try. It's like I get angry. I think of them as enemies. I don't value their lives. I don't mourn their deaths. I don't pity their families. I don't have any sympathy for their cause. I don't think there's any merit to what they're doing. But at the end of the day, they're flesh and blood, to a certain degree.
Right.
I guess. You could tell how fucking I just can't really admit it, but
can't quite get there.
Yeah, they really. But so there is a part of me that just strives to maybe understand something about them, and the only thing that I understand is they're fucking intense. They live an intense life. Everything they do is wrong. I'm not justifying it. It's everything they do is wrong. Mostly 99%, whatever. Because they're very rarely saving a baby or stopping a rape or some shit, you know? So 99% of what they do is wrong. And be that as it may, they're fucking gangsters and they live an intense life.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I even mean by that. It's just I'm starting to sort of try to understand them at that level of just their blood is pumping hard. They're fucking out there. They're fucking, they're not trying to relax and have a good time. they're not at all. They're just very intense creatures.
So speaking of police, we watched a lot of really terrible
Holy
television
shit! Let's
today.
do that.
Yeah.
Oh my God! So
I can't wait.
We're grieving the Ren, and I didn't mean to say the Ren. We're grieving. I was going to say the loss of, but we're grieving Ren. And when I grieve, I don't want to watch anything that I like, and I don't want to hear anything that I like. I don't want to associate anything I like with this time.
Right.
So,
I just want to get through the time.
First, we watched Dodgeball 3 times.
So we watched Dodgeball, the movie, 3 times, and just
in the middle of
fucking
the
hated
third
it
time,
all.
Vinny asked me to change it.
Yeah.
But
I was just crying. What? Really heavy grieving is weird. It comes in cycles where your brain just doesn't. It can't let you go all the time at that level of like crying and feeling the sadness. So you go in these cycles. So we're just crying and watching the movie, and one of us is crying and the other one's comforting, and it's just going on and on and on. Just watching stupid Dodgeball movie. Oh my God. And miserable. So we decided let's change it.
yeah, so then we were on Hulu, which used to have a lot of free shows and now does not have as many as it once did.
Here's what's free on Hulu. Brainwashing shows.
Yeah.
That's what's free on Hulu. All the
Wait,
shows.
let me guess. Big Bang Theory.
No.
Oh, no?
I will not. No, there's
It's
no
so
way.
brainwashy.
No, I'm not watching it. It's the stupidest motherfucking
Yeah.
thing I've
Oh,
ever
yeah,
seen.
it's the worst ever.
So I've walked into rooms where people were watching it. I can't even talk about it. It's
No,
the
it's-
dumbest
forget it.
writing.
Move
It's the
past
most
it.
cliche, stupid bullshit. People think it's intelligent.
No,
If you watch that show, you're a fucking retard.
get off.
You're
Get off.
serious.
Get
Don't
off
listen
the
to
youth
us.
stream.
I don't want you. You're not good enough to lick my fucking taint. You're a fucking piece of shit. That's the lowest thing I've ever seen. All right,
So what was free? What I suspected there might be a Law and Order or two, and there were.
Nice.
And so we started with that, and
Yeah,
then
that's pretty bad.
Hulu will just keep going into like the next thing.
talk about a soulless experience. You're just fucking. You want to check out? Just put on Law and Order. There's nothing going on there. Fucking nothing to latch onto. Just bullshit on top of bullshit. And right away, even as sad as we were, I commented to Tracy. I was like, "Do you notice all of these shows? The focus is on pushing like this image of law enforcement as saviors in every situation, and the focus is always on how they can't do enough because of like the legal stuff they have to work around. In every show there's this thing of like, well, we could have saved him if we had been able to get this warrant, but we couldn't, and we hadn't, and the anti-vaccination people ruined this, and there's always
there was a full episode
about
measles.
about the measles, but
Yeah.
but there's always
Whoa.
this element of like, we have to break the rules to save lives. That's the common thing in every one of those shows, is just pushing this notion like, wow, we should let law enforcement do whatever they want. In one episode, the measles one, they showed up at a school and it was Law and Order, right? And
Special Victims Unit.
They just showed up they just show
Oh.
up at a school and tell the principal, we're going to confiscate every student's cell phone and go through it. And they're telling all the kids, like, and they're just bossing the kids around, and we need your login and your passwords for all your social networking. And the kids are like, you don't have the right to do this. What are you, a lawyer? Like, they're just being like total thugs about it and like scaring the kids and getting all their fucking information. It was just complete brainwashing, bullshit. And the whole thing was tied around the spread of a disease. So the idiot TV heads that watch this are going, yeah, of course, those kids shouldn't even have cell phones anyways. Take them away, and we need to quell this or quash this fucking spread. It was a porn thing. They filmed each other giving blowjobs. All right, so they had to take all the phones, find all the blowjob videos, figure out how far the measles had spread. It was
One
such a
kid had the
convoluted.
measles.
It's such a stupid storyline.
Okay, well, so
They got measles from blowjobs at a party.
yeah, the one dude at the
Obviously.
part. Wait, which by the way, the party was called
Blowjob party?
a rainbow party.
Was it called BJBJ 2015?
No, but it should have been. And it occurred over their lunch hour one day during school.
Was it called
In typical-
Smoke That Skin Wagon? First annual?
In typical Law and Order fashion, it was a totally unrealistic teen party where everyone took one shot of booze and went crazy.
Which they poured by lining up all the shot glasses and then pouring the bottle across them all. Crazy. And I was
spilling
like,
liquor everywhere.
Teenagers would never be that careless.
Like high
with liquor.
schoolers
No,
would
are you
waste
kidding?
booze.
Yeah.
Fucking retards. One guy would be
Precious as
controlling it
gold.
because he paid for it, and he'd be doling it out to the other people like a
Yeah.
fucking Jew. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So I don't know where that
Wait, so
came
anyway,
from.
so one of the teens had the measles, and then he passed it around to the others. But then the B story in this one was that the measles kid's little brother was in the same daycare as Mariska Hargitay. I don't know her name on the show. So her baby, and then measles.
Olivia.
Oh, wait, Olivia's baby,
Yeah.
and then
On Law and
measles
Order.
boy's little brother were at the same daycare, and so then her kid got sick too.
No.
And he already had
did.
respiratory problems.
Fuck.
Yeah, or he did. So listen, the whole point of it is all of these shows have these terrible storylines that
Yeah.
focus around like discrediting part of the anti-establishment movement. And all of them focus on a different part of it. You know, there's just little you've seen how many hundreds of little things there are. Like they'll always have the one detective when they're about to do something real shitty and spy-like, when they're about to do some real CIA bullshit, and they're just like, you know, the crime unit of whatever, and they're about to do some crazy shit, and there'll always be one guy who goes, "Oh, really? Why don't we just become the NSA then, if that's what we're gonna do?" And they'll go, "Hey, buddy, we're trying to save lives. Why don't you back off?" And then they'll go fucking bug everything that they're gonna do. You know, it's always that, like, they present the argument really ineffectually from the other side, like, "Hey, you know, that could really fuck this up for the Constitution. Hey, what do you think this is? The 1700s? We got fucking lives to save." You know?
Yeah. We have to do this.
All of them just super alpha 55-year-old men that are just in perfect shape. You know what I mean? Just like all of these unrealistic characters.
Yeah.
Everybody's perfectly fucking, well, it's TV, whatever, but everybody,
Right.
you know, it's just all this bullshit. So then we watched Chicago Fire.
Oh.
Man, is that bad?
I can't even
never
tell you.
even gone that far.
It's real bad.
Holy fucking Christ. And that's supposed to be a good show? Is that what TV people think is good?
Well, I hear on the radio people like talking about it.
That
as
show,
though it's good. So
I
yes.
swear to God, that show could be written by 13-year-olds.
Yeah, it was.
I'm not
terrible.
fucking kidding you. I'm not fucking kidding you. There was nothing in that show that resembled writing. There was not. That show was the dumbest shit. And I haven't watched TV in a long time, but I watched a lot as a kid. I know TV to a certain degree. That thing was up there. That thing was fucking way up there on a list of just the worst shows that have ever been made. It has to be. Or overrated,
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah.
Because there's been a lot of terrible shit. But overrated.
Yeah, that show's really popular.
It's critically
right now.
acclaimed. I don't know what that means, but I heard that. And it sounds...
I might have made that part up.
No.
Okay.
I think you're right about that.
It is really popular.
It's just the worst piece of shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Everything, it's one of those shows where there's no realistic ambience to any scene. Anything that they bothered to put in the show has something directly to do with the storyline. If a guy coughs, it's because he's going to get sick and not be able to go to work, and then the other guy's going to have to fill in for him because that's the obvious thing because he wants to get back on the squad. Okay? If you know what I mean? He walks up on the phone.
Spoiler alert. He did.
You know, and you're like, okay, I see what's coming.
Yeah.
No, hasn't been any other ambient motion or noise in the entire show. And you expect me to just not notice that cough?
Yeah.
Fucking zombies that watch this shit, dude. The way that the storylines are so fucking predictable and obvious. Like the one guy in the episode we watched is trying to make a decision if he's gonna stay on the fire brigade, whatever the fuck they call themselves.
Fire Force.
The Fire Force. The Fire Brigade.
Squad.
He's on the brigade. And
Yeah.
they
Bucket man.
yeah, so anyways, he's trying to decide if he's going to stay there or move with his family. First of all, this guy's like in his 30s and he's going to move with his mom and his sister to North Carolina.
Nice.
Fucking stupid as shit anyways. And so the whole episode, they're like doing this dramatic stuff as a group to try to get him to like stay and stuff, and it's all just coordinated and like and you know, everybody like crowds around at the same time and each like says a thing in a row. It's like I swear to God, it's like a play that a 13-year-old would write.
Yeah, it was like a
It's
junior high play.
It seriously was like a junior high play. This was the shittiest acting, the bullshit. One episode, there was a scene in this fucking episode where all the bunch of the firefighters get extra work as carpenters, and they go to the fucking work. Hold on, they go to work at this stupid strip club, which by the way was run by just an unrealistic like 35-year-old like guy with spiky hair and like a fancy suit who was just always like
Persian?
snapping his
Persian?
fingers and pointing at people. Just over the top character that was unnecessary. Like, we know what a strip club owner is. We don't need it to be whoa, you know, just fucking stupid bullshit pointing at everybody with his huge hair. It's retarded. It's like a fucking it's a junior high kid's idea of a rich guy who owns a strip club. And so they go there, and the stupid firemen have their extra job as carpenters now, and they're building something that didn't make sense, by the way, at all. They're just building this like 3D like square structure out of 2x4s that probably, I don't know what it was they were supposed to be fucking making. It was just the dumbest looking thing ever. It's just fucking 2x4s screwed together in like a fucking cubic rectangle, and they're all standing around it looking at it with squares. You know, those fucking like making sure it's straight and whatever. I don't know what it was supposed to be. And that was just, you weren't supposed to notice that because the dialogue was so fucking compelling, apparently.
Yeah.
So they're standing around bullshitting. David Box just walked in. Hello, David. And so they're doing this, and then lo and behold, a stripper comes in.
Wait, no.
A real lady.
Wait,
and
right before that though, some of the
this better be good.
some of the
Can you get on your
firemen
mic?
had been like trying to catch a glimpse when the door to the club opened, and
Dude,
and
they're
then,
grown men. They're all grown men in their 40s, and they're peeking out the door to the strip club and giggling. Like, this is
Wait,
not...
and then the head fireman carpenter says, "Hey, do you guys want to see some strippers?" And they're like, "Oh, yeah, And he's like, "Well, then you better pay to get into a strip club."
Yeah. And they're like, oh... And then hold on.
$4.
So first of all, four of them are working, building this thing out of 2x4s that somebody else could have built in 2 seconds by themselves. So 4 of them are working around this thing.
Are they union guys?
They must have been. No, they're firemen. They're firemen
Oh,
making
I
a couple
see.
extra bucks.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're all trying to catch a
Hold
glimpse
on,
of
so-
a stripper, and then one comes in.
And a stripper walks in, and they go, like their tongues like fall to the ground, and they're all just like looking at her. And she's
Eyeballs
just
pushed out of her.
she's just some mediocre tall blonde chick that's kind of weird looking,
like
anyways.
in a slightly low cut
In a slightly low cut top, and they all like follow her around and stare at her, and then she leaves, and they like all stare at the door, and the guy's like, "This job is awesome."
My cock is hotter than a structure fire right now.
So it was just like, that's, what do you think grown men are actually like? Who works on that show? What kind of fucking lost, just devoid of any sort of sense of reality theater fags are you that you think that's how straight men in their 40s act when they see a dumb fucking Ukrainian slut?
No, here's what's going on. They're all overcompensating to hide from the other one that they're homos. Like, look at those titties. Oh God, I love those. I would have such a good time messing around with those titties.
So the whole time, the other guy, the other guy's trying to decide if he's gonna move with his stupid fucking ethnic family, whatever the hell he was supposed to be, some Puerto Rican guy or some shit, and his dumb fucking mom that wears like old country clothes. Well, you gotta move with us. We're gonna do this, whatever, some dumb accent. And he's like, the whole episode, there's just this really ham-handed, just canned dialogue that just directed back to that fucking storyline, where it would just be somebody going, you know, saying something and go, well, you know, it's really important to spend as much time with family as you can, and the camera would slowly pan to his face,
like, because he's
thinking,
standing like slightly behind, like,
just
man.
and it's like, oh yeah, that's right. He's deciding
Family
if he
is
should
important.
choose family or his career. And every 5 minutes of this dumb, retarded fucking show, they would call back to that storyline with just like, well, you know, sometimes you got to make a hard choice between your career and something you love. And it pans back to his face, just like staring open-eyed, like, this fucking dumbest show.
I've never thought of it like that.
Dumbest
before.
show I've ever seen. And then he decides to leave. Wait, hold on. Listen to this. And then he decides to leave. So they have a fucking going away party at Molly's, which is the bar that one of the other firemen owns. And every scene where he's not at work, he's bartending there.
Oh,
Like,
never
just
sleeps.
24 hours a day.
No
This
family.
guy's fighting fires and bartending.
Yeah.
That's all he does.
What are we
And
talking about? Is this a reality
It's
show?
some stupid fucking
No,
show we
it's
saw. No, it's
Chicago
Chicago
Fire.
Fire. It's a fictional thing about the Chicago Fire
Is
Department.
that one with what's his name? Dennis Leary?
No.
Is he, what is that? No,
That was a long time ago. That was like 10 years
bird.
I don't
ago.
watch
Bird
TV. Is
Dress.
that still a hot show?
Yeah.
That show won a Grammy, I think.
So anyways, they have this going away party for this stupid guy when he's ready to go. And
They have a banner hanging up that says like "Goodbye, Steve."
yeah, they put up a fucking banner. They're all grown-ups, and they put up a fucking banner. Oh, you're always gonna have a home here. Oh, the fire chief is like I've seen him in a lot of stuff. He's an older black guy, maybe in his late 50s or so. You could probably figure out who he is. I've seen him in a ton of stuff. But the whole show, he talks in this voice that's like, whatever you decide to do, we'll be with you. And you'll always have a home here at 51. And you realize they're in like a room full of people who are listening, but in real life, no one would be able to hear him talking. If you weren't within a foot and a half of this fucker, you would never be able to hear what he was fucking saying. And they'll show like the fire meeting, and it's like a big room of people all the way back to the back wall, and just him like, I know we've been through a lot as a group lately, but I just want to say, that guy, is that him?
Is that him?
I can't tell. The contrast isn't very good on that picture. It's fucking very.
Yeah, all I see are teeth.
It's very. I can't see very many facial features there.
Here, this one's in black and white.
Is that him?
That's not much help.
Yeah, that looks like him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen him in a lot of stuff. Yeah, he's definitely an actor that I've seen. But he so he talks in that just low, and it's like, if he didn't have a lapel mic, he'd never be heard, hidden somewhere. You'd never hear him. Or probably that's not how they make TV shows. I'm just an idiot. But
a boom microphone.
yeah, somewhere. But he's just, or it's actually probably a voiceover in
ADR.
studio later. But so he's
here his name is Eamon Walker.
Eamon Walker. It's probably Eamon. So you got that going on, and he's talking to the guy. So the guy goes to his fucking stupid going away party, and he gets to the bar, and everybody, all 200 people in this bar, start cheering. Hey, it's this guy who's quitting the fire department. Yeah. And they're just all going nuts for this fucking dude who's quitting the fire department. And all
in the
200
small town of Chicago.
In the small town of Chicago. You know how Chicago bars are. Everybody knows each other.
One firefighter can make a huge difference and impact a lot of people.
Yeah. You know how that shit is.
Yeah.
You guys have been to those Chicago bars
we grew up in Chicago,
where 200 people know each other.
Yeah.
So they all cheer, and then he walks into the middle of the group, and the entire bar goes fucking ice cold silent, just completely. You could hear a pinch, and you hear a couple of people, come on, speech, ha ha ha, giggle, giggle, giggle. Oh, that was funny. Oh, I'm not really too good at these things.
So I don't know what to say.
I just want to say thank you for everything you've ever done. All right, and he does that whole stupid thing, and then like some guy makes a dumb joke, and they all fucking laugh and whatever. And then it shows him walking out of the bar, completely sober looking,
carrying the presents
that people gave him.
Nice.
By himself, because you know how you leave bars sober by yourself with no one going out for a cigarette or nothing. You know what I mean? Like nobody outside doing anything.
No.
And he just walks out into the total silent street. And then the only hot girl that works on the whole fucking fire department follows him out there, and nobody. No, listen. Because I've been in this situation. I know exactly what would happen in real life. The only hot girl followed him out, and nobody came out to cock block. I'm sorry. The only hot girl at the fire department, there's going to be at least one guy who's going to watch her following that guy outside and go, fuck that, I'm going out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No. They just have a kiss in the middle of the street, and the guy goes, all right, well, now I have to move with my mommy and my sister to North Carolina because I'm a fucking Puerto Rican faggot who has no interest in being an adult.
He's Puerto Rican?
I think so.
You
Dominican,
omitted that this
some
entire
shit.
time.
No, I imagine an old white
dude,
guy.
I don't know what he was. Honestly,
He was like young.
he was a
Puerto
dark-skinned Hispanic, I thought.
Now I have to go back and change my whole like mental image of this stuff.
So anyways,
this is
he's like,
terrible.
I'm gonna go live with my mommy and my sister now, instead of being and he like kisses her in the middle of the street, and he's like, if you ever want to change a pace, you can come find me in North Carolina.
always North
Why would she
Carolina.
do that, you fucking loser? You're quitting the fire department to go live with your mom with no plan because you can't be away from your family. And then she just looks after him like he's so great. And what do you expect her to do? Oh, yeah. I think I'm going to quit the fire department because this guy kissed me who couldn't leave his mom.
I just need a man who just loves his mother. How will he ever love me?
If he doesn't love his mother enough to
This
follow
is
her
what
to
I
North
say.
Carolina for no reason.
This is what a sexy woman sounds like.
Dude,
in
it's the
my head,
dumbest show.
apparently.
It was the dumbest show I've ever seen. And I watch TV like once a year when I either have alcohol poisoning or something dies that I love, or someone and whoever, whatever it is, goes away or some shit, and that's the only time I put on these shows, and I just love catching up with how bad TV still is.
Yeah.
So
This is
bad.
a show that's on today.
Yeah.
Yeah. On
No,
right
I mean,
now.
it's getting worse. The last time I watched TV, I watched all these like family shows. I think, and I talked about this on the show. I think right when we first started, I talked about this, and it was like I had alcohol poisoning, so I put on the old Hulu, and it was like every show was about. This has been a fucking cliche for a long time, but every single one was this like dumb, incompetent dad who just drinks beer and is fat and has like a hot wife, and the like overly articulate, unbelievable children characters that are just like too smart and whatever, the whole thing. That every show had that same exact formula.
Old brother who was kind of dumb, maybe a troublemaker. Middle sister who was smart and bookish. Young brother who was weird.
And cute.
Right.
Yeah.
And cute.
Yep.
And
That's
the mom
TV.
and the mom is always like somehow really sexy, but they try to like they do a good job of making it like not obvious that that's what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, but she never has like it's not like Peg Bundy. She never like dresses like sexy on purpose. But the moms are always like they're the sex appeal of the shows usually. Oh, and the teenagers, but you're not allowed to think that.
Right.
Even though you secretly do all the time.
Well, that going back to like Kelly Bundy. That was like she was like 16, and they were like parading her around in skimpy clothing, and the entire like adult male audience like screaming, that is a tradition on family sitcoms, is the jailbait daughter. But the mom is always the sex appeal. I feel like, even though they try to like make it like an in-betweeny thing where it's like
mom's the one you have a chance with.
Right,
That's
you
what it
feel
is.
like you can get her, yeah,
She's like
because of
within
that
reach.
stupid dad. He's not fucking her, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's what they want. I think that's what they want you to think, isn't it? Like, isn't that the nerve they're trying to
Probably,
hit?
yeah.
Or I don't know.
Until that 70s show came
projecting.
around, because I feel like the parents in that show were always running upstairs to bang each other. I think they were just trying to gross us out then, though.
Yeah.
Blah.
Blah.
Well, I mean, there are
Sorry,
plenty of
Tracy.
shows where they had functional parents, but yeah, it's weird. Because like usually the mom also kind of just hates her life.
Wow, that weed is really good. Where'd you get that?
That's Colorado.
Colorado.
That's the Colorado weed?
Yeah.
This is the Starbuds.
Starbuds Sativa.
The self-titled sativa.
Wow,
from
really?
Starbuds.
That's the Starbuds like signature blend.
It's their own. Yeah, it's
God
their own
damn, that
strain.
tasted
Their own
good.
sativa. Yeah, man,
Holy
it's
fuck.
So good.
Good as shit.
I haven't gotten weed like that around here in a while.
No, you haven't.
Jiminy
Let's go
Christmas.
to Colorado.
Yeah, let's go get more.
Here's what you do: walk in a
It's
store.
only like 14 and a half hours if you do it overnight.
and you buy weed. Yeah, let's get some amphetamines, and we'll just drive back and forth until we're dead.
Deal.
Yeah, done. Well, yeah, that's some good ass weed.
Well, there you have it, folks. We got it. You don't. The good ass weed.
I don't like weed anymore. I think I'm way too stoned. It's been a rough few days, man. It's been
Yeah.
a really fucking rough few days. It's gonna be rough for a while, I think. How are you doing, David Box? How was your family? You went to take a family photo?
Yeah, I took a family photo.
What was that like?
It was all right. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror right before I left the hospital today.
Did you look like shit or what?
I look like how I look now.
Nah, you look all right.
Yeah, I've got like the Mexican baby mustache though.
Yeah.
Like,
You've got like the 14-year-old Mexican thing going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The kid comes out, he's already got a lawnmower and all that stuff. That's what I look like right now.
Well, I wasn't gonna say that. I was gonna say.
I don't know why I said that. That
Yeah.
was terrible. But
Usually
anyway,
that's my department.
yeah. But I'm not. I'm not bad, given the circumstances.
Yeah, when I prepared myself to leave the house this morning, when I decided I needed to leave in an absolute 100% panicked hurry, I was still laying in bed from the night before. I hadn't even gotten up to use the bathroom or anything. And all I did was put on a sweatshirt and new socks and walked out the door.
Yeah.
And now I'm here.
That means it's time for a break.
Break time. Break horn.
We're gonna be back in a couple of minutes. Tracy, thanks for hanging out. Are you done?
I'm done.
All right, she's done.
Thanks for hanging out, Tracy.
Thanks for having me.
Tracy.
We'll be back in just a few minutes on the Sunday
Tracy.
evening overdose. Thank you very much for being with us on this show that will be dedicated to our old friend Ren.
Love you, Ron.
David Vox has joined us halfway through the last hour. He wasn't here for our whole discussion earlier on sibling cruelty and the things that we do to each other growing up, torturing the fuck out
Super
one
torture.
another.
Oh yeah.
So so he was talking. Well, what were you just telling us in the kitchen? A lot of times people start telling stories and I just cut them off. I'm like, yeah, let's just do this on the show.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Oh God.
I just drank a whole fucking stupid Mexican Coke in like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
Well done.
Instant sugar high.
what were you saying?
I was saying, well, since you were talking about,
I still have some left.
crazy things that siblings do to each other, the most like fucked up thing that I feel my sisters did to me, being one boy out of 5 kids, they locked me in a dog kennel in the basement.
Sorry.
And fucking like ran upstairs and turned the lights off. And I didn't have like a finished basement. It was like wet.
Wait, they
and-
locked you in a dog kennel?
in like a dog kennel.
Like the crate.
Yeah, the crate with like the sliding lock.
Right. Locked you in there in the basement.
mechanisms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you and they turned the lights out and ran away?
Yeah.
Were you scared of the basement as a kid?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean,
Was
like
that was the idea, right?
that was the idea.
Right.
I was like 5 or 6 or something like that. Little kid afraid of the dark.
Old basement?
Old, yeah, like unfinished. It was like it was like made to be a little photography studio, but there was just a spot where you could hang a backdrop. And the rest of it was like concrete floor and concrete walls and
Okay, I have a question. Was the
Yeah.
dog crate always in the basement, or did they premeditate this and
Premeditation.
move the crate into the basement?
premeditate.
first?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's not like they ushered me like, "Hey, Dave, why don't you climb on in there and we'll give you a soda." It was it was like it was like, they that's wonderful. They, so
they forced you.
They forced me in there. They overpowered
How many of
my
them?
little boy. 3, I believe.
3 sisters.
At least 2. Yeah, I don't really
Forced you in the dog kennel.
Yeah, they did.
How'd you get out?
I was panicking and flipping out, and I don't really remember everything, but I was able to fit my fingers through the fucking bars of the kennel thing and unlock the thing. They had like the top and the bottom lock,
Right,
so
yeah. So
I was able to get one,
because
and
you're not a dumb dog. You can get out of there.
yeah. Ran upstairs, and like they did this thing. They heard me like running up the stairs and freaking. I like don't even hear you doing it anymore.
I'm riding this one out.
Yeah,
There you go.
Andrea, where's your fucking disgusting belch? Anyway,
I'll find one.
so they hear me running up the stairs, and so I hear them like chattering, and they start like putting their bodies against the door so I can't push it open and shit like that. And I'm like wigging out, but I finally get out, they just like finally decide they've had enough, and I get out and I don't know what they're expecting, but I just like my hands are flailing, and I just grabbed the first one I could by the hair and just started like dragging them all over the house.
It was like the scene in Godfather, fucking Sonny beating the fucking shit out of the guy and smashing garbage cans on his face.
Yeah,
and stuff.
that might have been the day that I realized that like I was, I can overpower them a good amount of the time.
Oh yeah,
you know. So like,
and then you start running things.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but you're almost the youngest, so that was a big get for you.
Yeah, well, fear is quite a motivator, and there was a lot of rage.
Growing up with siblings is a lot like being in prison. It's survival of the fittest, really.
Yeah,
and,
you're just trying now.
Yeah, I know. you really gotta show that you're willing to fight, or else you'll just get eaten alive.
Yeah,
Andrea, you didn't learn that until you were like probably at least 9 or 10, and then you started fighting back.
I feel like it was much later than that.
It actually may have been even later than that. Actually, I remember when I moved out of the house and I came back a year later, and I was like, all right, let's get her. And our other sister goes, no, she fights back now. I was like, what? How dare she? How dare she?
I was probably 14 by the time I started fighting back. And you guys were still bullying me. Did you hear what you said? You came
I was
back,
like 20.
You moved across the country. You came back to visit, and the first thing you wanted to do was beat me up.
No, I really just wanted, a little trip.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
A little smack of the old hat off. So anyways, you wanted to get to Mount Everest
Mount
tonight.
Everest is some shit. Let's talk about it. There's so much. First of all, so I don't know if everybody knows this or not, but it is
Everybody knows this.
huge tourist destination. It's like becoming a touristy thing to go climb the mountain. It's not like a huge deal anymore. And actually, for a major portion of it, there is just a big long rope that you can kind of walk along along a path that just wanders up the mountain. And then you get to like the second base camp, and that's where it gets a little bit complicated. But there's so many people traveling there every year, and they're all leaving so much poo behind that it's getting into the water supply.
What, everybody's just shitting on the mountain?
What are they supposed to do? It takes weeks.
Can't you shit in a bag and fucking throw it up to a helicopter?
With a slingshot it.
Yeah. Should have helicopters fucking picking up shit up there.
That's hilarious. No, well, there are all these designated. There are a lot of designated stopping points along the route because it takes so long. So you're supposed to travel X amount during whatever time, and then you camp at this place, and then you go wherever and you camp at this place. So
I think they call those base camps.
Yeah, well, there are.
Oh, wait a second. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
There are base camps, and then there are like stopping points. They're different. Base camps are like larger, more functional, more permanent.
Yeah.
Stopping points are just like designated places to sleep.
Base camp seems fun to me.
Yeah,
I dig
me too.
that. Stopping points.
They sound
they're
treacherous.
okay.
So,
walking up a giant mountain? Nah.
No, thank you. So they're generating so much waste, so much human waste that it's and in such large concentrations, it's getting into rivers and contaminating the water supplies of villages around Mount Everest.
Damn.
So these people are getting sick because these tourists want to wander up this mountain and can't dispose of their shit properly. So that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, that is pretty fucked up. You'd think that, like, you'd take a shit on top of the mountain and it would just, like, freeze and stay there. You know?
Yeah, just like all the bodies.
The dead people, you know?
Which is the next thing I want to talk about.
And a shitload of bodies, huh?
There are
Sorry,
two.
that's
okay.
It was
no,
probably
I was
going
just
to be
saying,
hilarious.
I would just wonder how like the shit that's contaminating the village. How long did it take to like erode from the top of the mountain? They're like eating the shit of like the very first people that were up there.
But there's around. The best estimate is 216 bodies, frozen and perfectly preserved, near the peak of Mount Everest. And they're so common, and they are so well preserved and so far out in the open that they are often used as landmarks for climbers to know that they're on the right path and to know how far away they are from the top. And
Right. Yeah.
so the most famous one is a man named Green Boots, and he is
Green Boots isn't real.
I'm sorry?
Green Boots isn't real. Everybody knows that.
What are you talking about?
Just keep going.
All right.
Jesus Christ, Andrea.
He nobody knows who he is because they haven't been able to identify him. He didn't have anything, but they think he's an Indian climber from a really long time ago, and his boots are green, and he's like the last landmark before the summit, so everybody knows that he's there.
Oh, wow. And he's just out there. You just go past him?
You just walk past him. Yeah,
There's Green Boots.
Here's a picture on the screen for you.
Oh, sweet.
So that's Green Boots.
That looks pretty modern.
Yeah, well, he's from like I think the 90s.
Okay.
1996. Yeah. So then
That looks pretty modern.
he's from like the 90s. Yeah, 1996.
There's two of me in the past.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't say anything the first time around.
So then 10 years later, another climber got into that same cave where Green Boots had perished just to take a rest. And while he was resting, his body froze in place and he was still alive and breathing and conscious, but he couldn't move his body. And more than 40 people climbed past him and didn't notice that he was freezing to death. And he watched 40 and he couldn't like make any noise. Finally, someone heard him moaning like real softly and they tried to help him, but they realized it was too late and they couldn't bring him with them and they couldn't stop. Otherwise, they wouldn't make it to the place
so he
to
could have
sleep.
easily been saved.
Absolutely. Yeah. Big time.
Poor Green Boots.
I kind of imagine.
No, that's the other guy. That's the guy 10 years later
Yeah.
who sat down with Green Boots to take a rest.
And you don't feel sorry for Green Boots?
Well, of course I do, but
He's not real.
yeah, Green Boots isn't real.
Everyone fucking knows that.
Yeah. So there's a lot of them. There's Frances Arsentiev. She was the first American woman to reach the summit without the aid of bottled oxygen in 98. But she's not considered successful because she died on the way back down. And then her husband set out to find her and he died too, but their bodies weren't recovered for like 20 years, but they still aren't recovered, but they have been located. And that's the other thing. So many people like fall into a place that nobody can get to. And also it's really expensive and really dangerous and really complicated to extract a body from the mountain.
That's how the mountain gets you. It like waits till you're on your way back down. It's like when you're 2 blocks away from your house when you're driving all drunk.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, that's when the cops will get you.
Yeah.
Mountains are the same way.
Mountains are the sneaky fucking mountains.
A mountain is a big, giant, tectonic police officer.
So yeah, so it's weird and scary and there's over 200 of these things that you see on your way up the mountain. And also a lot of people's families, you know, people who died on the mountain and their bodies are left up there. A lot of people's families like want to leave the bodies up there in order to like as a tribute to the person and their quest.
He died doing
and,
what he loved.
Exactly.
Needlessly putting his physical body in super dangerous places
for a goal that will get you nothing.
For an adrenaline high.
Yeah.
But anybody who
and to
dies,
get some puss, probably.
Yeah, you probably get
that's
some
what it's
nice
all about,
puss
isn't
off
it?
that Everest climb.
Yeah.
Some nice puss from that.
anybody who dies between the base camps or below, if they're in a place to be moved, they are taken off the mountain. But anything above that, they just leave them there because they can't, because it's just too much. They just can't do it.
Why don't we go get them?
Yeah, let's go get some.
Man,
I will not stand for this.
Plus,
I will
imagine
not
all
climb a mountain.
Imagine all the poon we would get.
Andrea, think of all the puss you would
The
get.
dumb words for vagina. Poon. Give me some poon. We get some major
What
poon
is it?
from that shit.
Poontang?
Yeah,
Is that what it is?
poontang. But I just say poon.
Poontang. Poon.
And when I go out, I just say I want some poon.
Give me some poon.
That's what I go up to. I go up to girls. I'm not that good at hitting on girls, but sometimes I try this one. I just walk up, and you kind of got to yell over the music. So you kind of lean in close. You get a little conversation going, and then you just go, "Yo, can I get some poon?" They don't like it.
Some
No.
poon. Some poon.
Poon. Well, that's what you'd get if you climbed Mount Everest.
Is that it on Mount Everest or no?
There is, I'm just going to share this on the page. I'm not going to try and play it on my computer because it's too weird. But there is a crazy video of an avalanche that killed a bunch of people and people running from it and stuff.
Cool.
So I'll just put it up. We can watch it, on.
That's like what you want from Mount Everest.
Right. Yeah. I would expect nothing less.
Yeah. It's like, yeah.
Get them out of here. Yeah. Well, Mount Everest is a beast, and it kills everybody all the time, and then it just keeps them. It keeps them
it claims
and displays them as a warning to everybody else.
Frozen poonless slobs.
They ain't getting no poon up on that mountain. No.
That female that died up there, I wonder if she knew people that hated her and thought she was a real bitch, and they're all making
poon jokes.
Poon jokes. About, the fucking ice queen finally got it. What a fucking bitch.
I didn't
Take
want none of that.
You poon.
I didn't want none of that poon anyways. Some shitty poon.
God.
Some gross poon. Yeah,
Is there any other words than poon?
No.
There's poon, there's puss.
I just want to go with poon for a while still.
All right.
Mountain climber poon's got to be gross poon.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Imagine the type of bitch that can climb Mount Everest. You don't want none of that poon. That's some gamey poon.
Gamey.
Yeah, it's like, when it gets cold and then warm and
poon.
cold and warm again, so many times it gets all worn out.
Right.
Believe me, I know.
Yes. That's some shit poon.
Sorry, I don't.
What else did you want to get into on Mount Everest? All I can talk about is the poon factor. Is that part of your research on Mount Everest? Do they go into the poon factor?
No, but you seem to be an expert on it.
I'll just keep evaluating
factor.
as we go. I think the poon factor is a big attraction for Everest.
Yeah, can you ever do something like scale a mountain without that being kind of an underlining goal? You know what I mean? Like, even if you say, it's for the thrills and stuff. It's like,
no,
you can't.
It's for the ladies.
It's for the ladies.
It's all about the poon.
Here's what you're thinking when you're like, I'm going to climb Everest. You're like, I'm going to do one big thing so that I don't have to ever do shit again. Once I climb Everest, it's smooth sailing.
Yeah, that's all there is.
It's like most guys are going to work their whole lives for their poon. I'm just going to do one thing.
Yeah. That's,
awesome.
What the fuck is that? What's that? What is that clip titled?
That's a clip I have titled "He awesome."
It sounds like masturbating in a church.
That's Golden Joe.
It's from 12 Ounce Mouse.
Oh, it's Golden Joe.
It's the quiz night show. You're right, Jody.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's beating off in a church.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, some seals were caught having sex with penguins. You want to talk about that? Because I think that's pretty fucked up.
Who had the poon? Which one had the peen and who had the poon?
Up
The
here,
peen.
if you can see
I want
it.
to see the peen and the poon.
It appears as though the
That looks like
seals,
some major peen right there.
Yeah, it appears.
Or is that a
This
poon?
is the seal sticking its dick in a penguin.
Hold on. Is that a peen or a poon? Right there. Right there. Which one is it?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to read this to see.
It looks like the seal is just sitting on the penguin's face, like they're trying to 69 or something, but the penguin is too short.
Yeah, it's a male
Deep-sea
seal
poon.
with a female penguin.
Oh, gross! Imagine the fish shell on deep sea poon.
Yeah.
Gross. Well, nobody knows why they're doing that. They think it's weird.
Land poon.
Here, there's a video of it. Should I try to play it?
Land poon versus sea poon.
Yeah. People say land poon smells fishy. Imagine deep sea poon.
Seriously.
Smell like dirt? Smell like land?
What if deep sea poon smells like
This fish-
sky poon and
fish-
sky poon smells like land poon?
Fish pussy just smells like just like lady skin. Like fish pussy actually smells really good. Everything's reversed.
Yeah.
Poon, I mean.
But
Poon,
then,
reverse
what does
poon. There you go,
what
guys.
does sky poon look like?
What is that?
Happening.
Who is that?
That's a video of the seal doing it to a penguin.
That's a seal and a penguin fucking?
Yeah.
Now,
Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know.
Holy shit, that seal definitely has the peen.
Oh my God.
And the penguin has the poon.
No, this is. There's no way that penguin
Yeah.
is saying, "Yeah, I'm all right with this. Go ahead."
Give me some peng poon.
I can't. I can't speak to fucking seal dick, but walrus
Wow.
dick is gigantic, and
Show
they're
that
similar
again. Show that
animals.
again. Can people find that just by looking up seal fox penguin poon?
I don't know. I'll share it on the
Seal
site.
peen.
This-
seal peen.
This should
penguin
be
poon.
titled "Seal Murder Rapes Penguin."
Yeah.
Rapes penguin to death with
That
giant.
that
seal
definitely looks like
peen.
sex to me.
Yeah. Big time.
That seal is raping the fuck out of that penguin.
My God, I feel terrible. Look,
Because
the,
the penguin
penguin's
wants to get
biting
away.
it. Yeah.
The penguin definitely wants to get away.
I don't like watching this.
Wow, that is some nature rape.
That's
Holy
weird
fuck.
as fuck.
That is strange.
I'm like getting sick looking at it.
God damn.
I actually need to look
King
away.
penguin sexual what did that say? King penguin sexual harassment.
What is happening?
Yeah, try to find that frame again. Multiple occurrences of king penguin.
God damn it.
Pause it.
I'm trying to.
Well, multiple son of a shit occurrences of king penguin sexual harassment by Antarctic fur seal, and it's got like a name of some fucking professors
Yeah.
and a bunch of
Does
bullshit.
it-
So that's some real shit. Seems like
Ugh.
it's
That's
a real
weird.
video.
I
Yeah.
feel terrible.
Real nature rape
Yeah.
right there.
I really
Weird.
hope the penguin is okay.
Nah, I don't think the penguin's gonna be all right. Did you
Oh
see
my
that?
God.
I don't think so.
That's super disturbing.
But here's what I think might be most probable is that the seal was probably humping, but it probably didn't find its way in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't have the dexterity to figure that out. I don't
Yeah,
think.
I
It looked
guess-
like it was just pinning it down and humping it, and it's like it definitely looked sexual.
Yeah.
But I really doubt there was actual
Like, yeah.
the poon penetration.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the penguin usually is fine afterwards, although they may suffer a little bit of, bleeding or whatever, but they usually recover. However,
Oh, thank
usually
God.
So are they getting in there?
Is that what they're saying?
sometimes, yeah, but usually what happens yeah.
Yick.
I hope a seal is like notorious for having a small rinky dink.
This,
dick, you know what I'm saying?
This
Small
is
weenster.
especially weird because seals have habits of eating penguins.
Yeah, do they?
And yeah, for
See, I
sure,
don't
they
care
eat
about
penguins all
that,
the
but
time.
that's,
In the most recently
Well,
documented
at least there's some
incident.
foreplay then.
Wait, in the most recently,
Get it? Eating poon?
in the most recently documented incident,
No.
the
All right.
seal did it to the penguin and then killed and ate him immediately afterwards. No.
See, I'm okay with the killing and eating because, that's just nature. But
Fuck it and eat it.
he's got to he's got to do it Louis C.K. style.
He's just killing two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
Fuck it and eat it. That's hardcore. That's some seal shit right there.
Seal shit. All right, I'll share
Well,
this on
I
the
mean,
page, I guess.
I'm
If you guys want to
ravenous.
see it, it's weird. It's
I'm
weird as
ravenous
fuck.
after a half hour of humping this penguin.
That was exhausting.
I'm gonna have to eat a penguin.
Oh boy.
Ew, imagine eating a penguin. Yuck. And it's got that long beak. It's gonna peck at you on its way down and shit.
Yeah.
No,
I imagine a
thanks.
You have to
penguin
crush
is real
the shit out of
gamey.
it. If you're gonna eat a penguin, you gotta come down on its abdomen hard. Just fucking crush it. Because it's got claws and shit. Penguin's pretty strong.
Yeah.
You have to crush that motherfucker and just debilitate it completely.
Yeah.
You can't let a penguin go down your throat pecking.
No.
Right?
No.
'Cause
God,
they
I would
will
hate to eat a penguin.
brutalize you. No, I don't want to eat.
Wouldn't
a
you hate to
penguin.
eat
Do
a
we have
penguin?
to?
Swallow it whole? That'd be horrible.
No.
That'd be awful. That'd be the worst.
Maybe for you, like a giant whale might not have a hard time doing it.
Nah, I'm glad I'm not in there.
Seals.
Imagine living in the ocean. The fuck are you gonna do in there?
Oh God, no! I don't want to live in the ocean.
The fuck is gonna happen? Swim around?
You're gonna get eaten.
Get
That's what's
eaten?
gonna. You're gonna live in constant
That's
fear of getting
bullshit.
eaten until you get eaten, and that's how it goes.
That's
in the
fucking
ocean.
bullshit. That's not fair. Get
Well-
born as a fish. Sucks.
Well, you know what?
I have to agree
that's
with
the
you.
name of the game.
Yeah.
You were
Oh, go on.
maybe maybe it's like everyone has been a fish. It's like being a human is like long and hard and stuff, and so maybe you just take some time being a fish where shit doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
Swim
Yeah,
around.
I'll get eaten. I'll sacrifice myself to the whole thing because
I'll live like 3 days for no reason.
Man, I'm not really
Yeah.
looking forward to being human again. Like real quick, I'll be a fly for a bit or something.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Being a
Little
human's
gray
heavy.
It
area.
is heavy.
It's a heavy one. It's a heavy go around. I think I'd like to be a plant for a while.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Just get a good fucking grow on for a good time,
Yeah,
Just-
I'd love to be like a century-old plant,
Yeah.
or an ancient
Just
tree.
chill.
Mm-hmm.
Just watch what's going on.
I'd be fine with that.
Sit around for a while. Just grow.
Just grow.
All you do is just get sunlight, just hang out and hear things. Nobody cares when you're a plant.
Yeah.
No expectations whatsoever. You're just gonna stand there. Get a little bigger. That's all anyone ever
Yeah.
expects from you.
Yeah,
That's all you got to do.
Just process a little sunlight, get a little bigger.
that looks nice.
Yeah.
Drink a little water.
Try not to get picked like a fucking chump.
Yeah.
You know?
Be nice, but not too nice.
Not too nice. You gotta have a little bit of a thorn or something going on.
Yeah.
I would want to be one of those ones that's just kind of covered in like a pointy fuzz. Not like big spikes, but
nothing
just like
too bad.
a
But
little
just
irritating.
don't come on, don't fuck around with me.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna hurt you exactly.
yeah.
But let's just have a little bit of agreement here. Let's just
Yeah.
not fuck around too much.
that would
you
be
know?
just fine with me. If I could be a vine, I'd like to be a vine because then I could interact
would be
with
good.
things.
Yeah,
know?
you get to know other plants. You go up things. You don't have to be connected to plants.
No.
You connect to a house, a building,
Yeah.
whatever you want, or you go up a tree. Vine is good, and you
Yeah.
get to be real long and confusing. Like somebody will find you one day and be like, "Is this thing dead? What's going on with this thing?" Tug on it and like, "What is this?" Hold on to a tree, try to climb up it, and it falls down. Like that's not bad, right?
Yeah.
I've climbed a vine many times.
Yeah.
Many
Yeah.
times have I climbed a vine.
Climbed a
Who
vine.
hasn't?
When you're climbing a huge tree,
One time, a friend
Sometimes-
of mine climbed a vine.
when you're, and was he fine?
He sure was.
What was his name?
Vine.
No, God damn it,
I don't know.
Klein
What
could have
was his
gone
name?
with.
Clyde?
Clive.
Yeah, Klein could be his
Clyde?
last name.
I jumped to
Calvin
Vine, like
Klein.
Vine Q microphone, because you have that thing somewhere.
That's my real name.
Yeah.
So I mean, anyways, a vine would be great. I've climbed plenty of vines when you're on a huge tree and there's a space between reasonable branches that you can get to. Sometimes you do a vine.
Yeah.
You grab a vine.
Sometimes you have to.
Get up a little ways
Yeah.
on a vine. Gotta trust a vine once in a while. Vines are strong. You don't want to trust them. They seem rickety when you first grab on. But you gotta trust a vine.
They know what they're doing.
They know what the fuck they're doing.
They're nature's ropes.
They're strong motherfuckers, those vines. They really are. Way
Yeah.
stronger than you think.
And they always reach further than you
They
can
go way
see.
the fuck up.
Yeah. It's
Giant
always-
vines.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, oh, here, I see a little bit of vine. Little do you know, so much vine.
So much vine.
It's
up there.
So
everywhere.
much of it, yeah.
And a vine also has that weird, like I said before, you're like never sure if it's dead or alive. Mm-hmm. Like, is it just asleep or what? Like, does it go to sleep for the winter and then it comes back? Yeah, I think they usually do. A vine, you can never kill a vine.
No, they're everywhere.
You pull a vine down, lay it on the ground, it's just gonna grow back up something else. Mm-hmm. You know, cut it in half, it's gonna get a new fucking root going on. It's gonna branch back out.
It's just gonna get it done.
gonna vine its way together again. It's
Yeah.
it's a vine. You can't do shit to it.
Yeah, they're supernatural.
Vine would be good. I'll tell you what I would be.
What's that?
A large tree.
Yeah.
I know that's cheesy, but I dig the idea of just growing for 500 years,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
chilling out. You know,
Yeah, that'd be cool.
You
getting
know,
big, getting barky. You got ants that live on you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Birds are coming and going.
Yeah.
Whole squirrel families move in and move out.
you use the wind to, like, work out your branches.
Yeah.
you know, and find like the most ergonomic way to deal with heavy wind and stuff like that.
Yeah, try to get your tree back to not hurt so much.
You got a whole technique and
Tree
shit.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, tree back. That sounds cool.
And then that's like all of your like, you never have like a disease or anything. You just have like animals living in you. Kind of fun, you know? This is like any problem that you have. It's like, oh, this bird made a hole in me. Well, whatever.
That, you know,
it's fine. It's
like
singing.
It'll be dead in
Not really
5 years.
fucking me up that bad, you know?
diseases that people have are, you know, like not really animals, but like things living in you and shit like that. So like a bird would just be like a tree's version of AIDS.
Yeah.
Or like termites would be something like that, some kind of flesh-eating disease.
Yeah, termites would be bad. That would be the one where, you know, it's like, see, that would be the bad part of being a tree, is you get termites and you're like, fuck, in 85 years, I'm so dead. Like, they're just gonna, it's gonna be real slow.
Yeah,
you
real
know?
slow. You're like praying for the lumberjack to come.
Oh, yeah, dude, just somebody come chop me down. I'm done.
Holy shit.
I can barely get my fucking...
Here's the thing, though. Even if they chop you down, you're like, you've got that whole root system and you're still alive. And like,
They're
there's
still
a chance
part of you.
could come back and everything.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you'll see a tree that's been chopped down and you see like 3 new trees growing out of the stump. You know, you ever seen that before?
Yeah.
What's going to happen there? Are the new trees going to keep growing or are they going to die? If they keep growing, are they going to get into, are they going to become part of that tree and grow kind of out of it to the point that you would never even know they were separate? Or is it going to like split it apart and the old tree has to keep rotting? And yeah, the old tree must rot. The new tree grows through it.
Yeah. Probably, yeah. Because the bark is like the skin.
I'd hate to be that new tree. You'd feel all unstable. The old tree was rotting. You're like, I'm planted in a dead fucking body right now.
Yeah.
Just standing in a dead... It's like standing in a dead body for fucking 50 years. Just, God, I wish I could get this dead thing off of my feet. Growing your own roots, trying to get through that stupid tree's roots that are still there. That'd be the worst.
Yeah, but man, once you get through it, I bet it's like awesome.
You feel probably pretty proud of yourself after that.
Yeah. If it only takes 50 years and you're going to live 500 years, I think that's okay.
Yeah.
How long does a tree live?
A long time. Some of them can be like 1,000. The redwoods that are giant, the ones that you can like drive a car through in California, I think those are like 1,000 years old, aren't they?
Yeah, they're like ancient trees.
I could take you guys right now. One of the tricks of around here is that like the forest preserves suck, but there's all this like unclaimed territory like along the rivers and stuff that's not part of any forest preserve, but nobody's paid any attention to it for hundreds of years, you know? And there's original growth forest like all over the place. People, you know, most people would never even realize it, but there's 500-year-old trees everywhere, you know? You just got to look for them. There's ones within 5 minutes of here, you know, and people would think it's all been clear cut at some point, but nah, they missed a few.
Yeah, there's one in my hometown, Downers Grove, that's like
just fucking
takes
giant,
like
huh?
6 people to like wrap their arms around the thing. Yeah, it's enormous.
There was a tree at my grade school that they cut down a long time ago, but we just called it the big tree.
I remember it.
That name was passed down for years. You guys probably called it the same thing.
Yeah, of course.
It was just always called the
tree.
big tree. That's all. It never had a name. Nobody ever fucking died under it or some shit to give it a name. It was just called the big tree. And they cut it down because of termites, I think.
Probably,
Yeah,
that sounds
and,
right. Some kind of bugs.
Yeah, it was nuts. Like the whole neighborhood. It was pretty touching. Like everybody was out there watching when they cut it down, and there were people crying and stuff. It was like, holy shit. A tree can really get around, man. A tree can touch a lot of lives.
Yeah.
I think,
especially on a grade school playground where so many kids like sat under it, and it was so kind of
played with it, built their
climbed
snow
it.
forts around it.
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
that was very popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was quite a tree.
Yeah.
It's amazing what you can have with a tree,
It is.
isn't it?
Yeah.
You get a good tree.
What?
When you get a good
When
tree.
you
Yeah,
get a
oh,
good
yeah.
tree,
Yeah.
It's a community tree, you know.
I felt the same way. We had a big tree in our front yard in the house by the grade school, too. Which I always felt very sentimental towards. And I haven't seen it in a long time. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I wonder how the tree is doing.
Yeah.
I hope it's still there.
I've had certain trees when I was younger that I would climb, and I think also it's part of it is like I would do it when I wanted to be alone, and there's kind of a special emotion attached to that, you know, where somewhere that you go that's like secret and alone. But there were certain trees that I really just loved, you know, and in like not some stupid cheesy like hippie way. It was just like it was awesome, or maybe it is a stupid cheesy hippie way. I don't know, whatever. Just to appreciate the life form and look at it and be like, wow, you've been here for so long, and I can climb all over you, and there's cool other animals in here, and like all this shit going on. It was just fucking great, and to know that it's alive. You know, it'd be totally different if you were climbing a thing that somebody built. It's a different feeling.
Yeah.
Because you can climb up those towers, observation decks, and all kinds of shit that we've all done. Going up a staircase, you don't have that feeling. Climbing up a living creature that, or maybe, do you call a tree a creature?
I don't think so.
Probably
I think
not. But climbing up a living thing, at least, you really have a different fucking feeling, and you almost really have an appreciation of it as a being, you know?
Yeah. There's like an interaction.
Did I just eat too much fucking weed shit today?
There's probably like a what is this word I'm looking for? An instinctional thing going on.
Instinctive?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like climbing a tree is something that humanity has done, you know, before they had buildings and, you know, other bullshit.
And I guess you can
get them
feel
off
that
the
something
ground.
else is alive too.
Yeah.
It's just, like you say, like it's an instinct that you know
There's
it's
like a genetic thing about climbing a tree.
The world's oldest tree is almost 10,000 years old.
Holy damn.
Yeah. And it's still alive. Holy damn.
Where's that at?
It is a 16-foot spruce in Sweden. And here's a picture of it. For
Jiminy
you guys.
Christ, man.
It's like real sad looking, but it's old as fuck. There it is.
That fucking thing.
That's it?
That's the guy.
It's totally the Charlie Brown Christmas tree.
That's
exactly what this thing says.
Is that what it
Yeah.
is?
Well, I mean, yeah.
That's a 10,000-year-old tree?
That's a yeah. Let's
That thing
see
looks like shit.
Oh my god.
9,550 years.
Do they have a picture of the core sample?
I'm sorry.
How is that thing 10,000 years old? When did it stop growing after 7 years?
I guess.
That thing looks really horrible.
It just
One of
must
the
be
worst
the
trees
type
I've
of
honestly ever
tree it
seen.
is.
If I came across that tree, I wouldn't even respect it as an organism. I'd fucking chop it down just because. It looks terrible.
It sprouted towards the end of the last ice age.
Well, it should have done a better job. Would it sprout?
Should've done a better job.
I mean, seriously.
I wish we had a time lapse of it or something. Because it probably has seen way better days. Like it's, you know, fuck, the thing's old. It's a geezer.
Ugh.
Yeah,
just cut
it
it some
is a
slack.
geezer.
Horrible.
Seriously.
I'd just like to walk up and kick it over.
I
Right.
assume that the way that they know its age is because they took a sample from it and they were able to count the rings or something like that. So like, how do they know that it's that old and what?
I was tracking a spider on the ceiling, and I was keeping track of it so it wouldn't drop on any of us, and now I lost it. I don't know where the fuck it went.
No,
You're
why?
fucking with us.
No, it was. It was a big one, too.
God damn it. Why? Why would you say that?
Just keep your eye out.
Oh,
It wasn't
hate
poisonous.
this.
It was just a big yellow spider. One of those fucking yellow ones. Is it over there?
I don't know.
All right. So what else you got on this thing?
I also have the next oldest tree is named Methuselah. Take a look at this thing. It looks like a big fucking twisted, creepy mess. Look at this. It's this. 5,000 years old.
That's one tree?
That's one tree, yeah. It's a bristlecone pine. And the
Also
exact,
very, very ugly.
really ugly.
I can't see it. Where is it? Which one is it?
It's this jumble right here.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't look very good.
Its official
It
location
sucks.
is kept a secret.
Really?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a tree.
Wait, we could find that shit.
It's yeah, I don't know. But that's because an older tree named Prometheus was taken by a scientist who didn't realize how precious it was. So they don't want anyone to know where this one is.
Holy shit.
Prometheus.
5,000 years.
Yeah, that's an old one. Oh,
I'll
look
give
at
you a
this one.
tree.
All right, now this one looks like an old ass tree. Langernew.
Yeah, no, that's good.
All right, look at
I
that
like
fucking
this
wait.
one.
Look at this word. How do you
It's in
pronounce that? Can you
Wales.
see that? Langernew.
Whatever. Tell
All
us
right.
about the fucking tree.
4,000 years old. It's a yew tree. I don't know what that is.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah, 4,000
giant.
years old. And let's see. It was planted when the Egyptian pyramids were still considered a new development. That's how old that is. 4,000 years. Here's Zoro strain, Sarv, from Iran. That looks like an old as fuck tree, too. This one's also 4,000 years old. Look how big
alright.
the trunk is.
It's okay.
You would need like 4 or 5 people to put their arms around that.
Maybe you would.
Well, I have short arms. Here's Fitzroya cuprioides in Chile.
Yeah, now that's good right
Yeah,
there. That's a
those are
giant fucking tree.
Yeah, that's
That's
a
what
good
you
tree.
would-
That's what I
Expect-
want it to look like.
Yeah, that's what you would picture in your head when it's
How old
like
is that one?
Ancient ass tree.
3,600
3,600.
at least, but they're not positive.
No, that thing's like 1,000,000 feet tall. That's good.
Yeah,
That's
soaring
acceptable.
evergreens.
Those other ones are like bushes.
yeah,
that
compared to
10,000-year-old
this.
one, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, except for the 10,000-year-old one.
Yeah, that looked like a stupid dying Dr. Seuss tree.
Yeah.
It looked awful.
The tree of 100 horses in Sicily,
Skip it, stupid.
4,000 years old. Oh, that's it.
All right. I
all
don't
I
like
got.
anything in Sicily.
All right. Fuck Sicily.
Exactly.
So those are some old as fuck trees. So trees live a long time. You could
Yeah.
you could be one of those guys.
That
you
would be
could
cool.
live. You could see an ice age, and you could watch
Yeah.
humans develop.
That movie sucked.
I'd want to be a rock. Can you
rock?
be a rock?
No.
I don't think that's allowed.
All right, I'm gonna be.
You might be able to
mycelium.
be a crystal.
Yeah, I'll bet you
crystal?
could be a crystal.
You
Oh, that
might.
would be.
They have
What about
energy.
a stalagmite or a halagmite?
I don't think you're allowed to be. Well, maybe. I don't know.
No, because that's just water and rock.
No, I'll
Yeah, you
I'll
can't
do
do that.
I'll do the mycelium fungus.
No.
I think that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be Candida. That seems like a pretty good job.
That seems good.
sugar.
I definitely don't want to be a person again right away, though.
No,
Yeah.
it's
It's too
too
much,
much. Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
really hard.
It's too
It's
much.
too
like,
you're too smart and you understand all of the bad shit too much.
right.
And you're too small, and
Yeah.
But
Can't-
you're so
can't even
you
fight
can't
good.
Do anything? It's such like a.
you're so fragile.
It's such just like a weird, like helpless, vulnerable feeling to be a person.
We don't even have a shell or anything.
No, we have nothing. We're just here feeling and
Fucking
thinking.
Stupid.
We're just feeling too much and thinking too much,
Yeah.
having too much stuff. We should just be. See, I just want to. I might just want to go back to being like a wolf or something.
Yeah, that would be okay.
Oh yeah.
I'd be okay with a wolf.
I'd like to be something where you could run, and jump pretty fucking good. Dude, I'd like to be able to do some cool stuff. You know, I don't think I'd like to. Maybe a plant at some point, but I think after human, I need a cool down period. I need to go to an animal. I need to be like something that runs around in a tree all crazy. You know, something with some agility, something that can do some shit. You know, a wolf
Yeah.
would be good, but also I'd be down with like a squirrel. You ever seen what a squirrel can do? You can
yeah.
imagine doing shit on the scale that a squirrel does.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
No way, dude. Can you jump 8 times your body length onto onto something the width of your arm? You know, like there's no
Yeah.
fucking way you could do what a squirrel does.
Squirrel would be pretty sweet,
Yeah.
especially one of those like gliding squirrels.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
I think if I was going to be an animal, I'd have to be a pack animal. I maybe like an antelope in a big giant field that for some reason I'm protected from predators and I can just wander around and graze on grass.
Yeah.
And just
Nah,
chill
that's
out
no
and have
good.
some buddies.
Just waiting to get killed.
I think I
Just
want
like cooling
I don't
off
want that
and
stress.
decompressing.
I don't want that stress. I don't want to be prey.
be a bird.
Maybe I'll be a bird.
Oh,
think a
no,
bird is
that's
the
what
one-
I want to be. I want to
Yes.
be a little bird.
That's what you want to be.
That's it.
Yep.
You nailed it now. Now
All right.
we got it.
How did we
not only
not think
that,
of
you want to be
birds?
be like a hawk.
Yes,
you
that's
know?
the
You don't
time,
want to
yeah.
be like a fuck around.
Right.
bird.
No,
You're a
I want to
hawk.
be a fuck around bird.
Do you?
Yeah. I
But
want to
not-
be I want to
you
be
can't
like a
too-
fun bird.
But you can't be so small that you got to worry about fucking getting eaten all the time.
Yeah.
No. But I also don't want to be. I also don't want to be a predator of large of rodents. I'll eat
don't.
bugs.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind.
The
I'll eat a
biggest
mouse.
bird
I
that
don't
can
give a
eat
shit.
bugs
I'm fine
or
with that.
I'll
fish.
eat a mouse. I don't want to eat a snake.
I'm not the bitch ass that wanted to be a mouse.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking hawk.
Yeah. An owl would be okay. I'd like to be an owl.
Yeah, owl would work.
Yeah, I could
sure.
spin my head all the way
For
around.
sure.
I
Owl would
think I
work.
could handle being an owl.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
You'd have to eat rodents, and
I
you'd
could
have to
be-
puke them up in little pellets. But other than that, it's pretty sweet.
I could be the fuck out of a bat. Yeah.
I can get into that. Now that's some
There you
weird
go.
living. And you get
Yeah, that is some weird
That's
living.
You're
weird
just eating
living.
fruit. You're just eating fruit as a bat.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
yes.
Yeah.
No
or
pun
bugs.
intended.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you can but you can hang out in a cave upside down, and everyone else is doing it. What?
Yeah.
And then like once in a while,
Is that a problem?
once in a while, it's just crazy. It's like we're all upside down. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on in here? We're batting
And it
it
just
up.
starts to look
And-
right side up to you.
Yeah, it just gets, and then you all start flying, and first there's that like moment where you have to get reoriented, you know, because
Yeah.
you've just gotten so used, and the blood has rushed to your head, so you're just so used to being upside down that when you all drop down, it like takes you a second, and you're like, whoa, it's like a leap of faith, and everybody's like, okay, cool, we're all going, let's go, fly out of the fucking cave to do what? No one knows.
Yeah.
Fly in circles around, eat
just to use your
mosquitoes, I guess.
sonar.
Just fucking eat mosquitoes all night. No, but see,
The sonar. Dude.
you'd be eating mosquitoes. That's a risky business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and you got that white nose.
And there's the
fungus
white
shit.
nose fungus too. Yeah.
And every once in a while, people just come into the cave and start smacking you off the ceiling with baseball bats.
Yeah. That happens.
We've
shit's
all,
terrible.
look, we've all done it.
Yep, can't deny it.
All right.
No,
what
but then you
about
might also see being a bat. Also, you might have to live in a chimney. That's
you
not
might
good.
have to.
Yeah, a lot of bats do.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to though.
No,
I want to live in a cave. I want to live in a deep, wet cave.
cave would be
Yeah,
good.
and
Cave would be fine.
a cave no one knows about.
Another thing I
preferably.
could deal with, a lizard that could run real fast.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for
And a
sure.
lot-
I was
and
just about to say I could be a lizard.
a lot
too. Yeah.
a lot of lizards are like the top predator in their area.
Yeah,
So I mean, I could do like out in the desert where you're like, one of the bigger lizards running around, and you just gotta not eat the wrong bug and stuff. But generally, you know what to do. You got your water, you got your fucking shelter figured out. You can squeeze into places. You can run like a motherfucker. You look cool. You know, nobody can get you. It's awesome.
yeah.
That would be good.
I'd probably feel really good being something like a crocodile, just because it's like, you
Just
know
like
what?
big and
You
brutal.
want to be all like
I've
murky
been
in the
around-
water like that though?
Well, I
creepy.
mean, I
And
might.
creepy
If
and-
I
and-
was,
ugh.
if I was a crocodile, I'd like to do that. But
Yeah,
I'd
it's
feel
true.
pretty confident as a crocodile because it's like I'm one of like the oldest fucking species that's still around.
I'm
you
like
know?
I am so streamlined
I've
and
got
developed.
I'm doing
millennia
it right.
of survival, just like in my fucking blood.
There's like nothing that can beat
Like,
me in here.
I'm not going anywhere.
I'm just in the fucking water. It's all dark and disgusting, but I like it. I'm like
like-
open my mouth in it.
It's like being born rich. Like I've got the tools. I've got it made.
Yeah,
I'm a crocodile.
can't fuck with me in here.
No, you can't.
That would be a good feeling. Crocodile's so unfuckwithable.
Yeah.
It's just so
You don't.
you can't do it.
Nobody.
And where they hide out in the water. It's like in every fucking all of your food just comes right up to you.
Yeah,
And
it
you
just
get it.
wanders up and you just get it.
Get it.
Oh, you got nothing to worry about. Once
Yeah.
in a while, a crocodile.
Anaconda.
Whoa. Remember that video of that fucking cheetah or something that jumps across the river and grabs the crocodile by its head? The crocodile had
Oh yeah.
eaten. Pull that video up.
Yeah.
I did not see this.
Oh, dude.
I was just gonna say.
Did you just say I did not see this? What does that mean? Did
the
you
video.
fucking Heil Hitler at this video? I did not see this. All right, well, let's move on. Let's just move on. The once in a while, a fucking cat will fuck up a crocodile, but that's it. You got to just watch out. See, the crocodile in this video too could have totally gotten away, but he was just looking at the cat like, "The fuck are you gonna do, you bitch ass cat? I just ate your cubs, you fucking bitch."
Oh no!
Are you pulling this up?
I was gonna say a croc might have to deal with a hippo. Hippos are apparently super deadly.
This is the different one. I don't think I saw this one.
Oh
Here's-
really? I
yeah.
just searched cheetah fights croc.
Uh-oh.
And
This might be one where a cheetah loses. I hope not.
oh no, maybe we shouldn't watch this.
No, let's watch it. So the cheetah just swam across a river. I guarantee you the cheetah will probably win.
What a good cheetah.
He's walking up the bank here.
I'm so scared.
That's a
watch
very.
this.
This probably is the
it's a-
one.
we have a
No, this
super
probably
cute
is the one.
cheetah.
This probably is the one. I just never saw the beginning of the video.
So it's a
Dude, this is gonna
wins,
be
right?
brutal either way. I guarantee you're gonna feel bad for the crocodile when you fucking see this.
Oh,
Holy shit!
I
Watch.
don't want to watch this.
So
the
the-
cheetah's so cute. Look at him.
Yeah. No, and the cheetah's like, I think that's a mother cheetah, and she's like, you motherfucker just ate my cub, because like the crocodile got one of them, I think.
Oh,
And
no.
yeah, so
Prepare to die.
the cheetah's like, my name is Inigo Montoya.
Yeah.
You killed
ate
my
my
cub.
cub.
Prepare to die. So he's coming up the bank. This is it. The cheetah's all right. So now the cameraman is like,
he knows.
right now. The cameraman is like, holy fuck, holy fuck. Am I gonna get this for real? The cheetah is stalking up the bank, and he's about 50 yards from the crocodile that's just chilling. He's all full of cheetah
Basking in the sun.
Oh,
real
God.
smug.
He's got
all
like his
full.
own island over
Yeah.
there.
The
What
crocodile's
son
just
of a
chilling on his
bitch.
own island, like, yeah, fuck you. He's sitting there like Bowser, like a fucking big
Yeah,
fat,
yeah, no,
dumb, smug lizard.
His head is
Oh,
totally elevated.
Cheetah just swam under the water, came up, grabbed the fucking crocodile by the head. There you go, watch.
Holy shit.
Hold
man.
on. Look at that. The cheetah was underwater.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
The cheetah came up underwater,
Oh, and he's got
came
the
up all
croc
stealthy,
by the
grabbed the
scruff.
crocodile by the fucking eyes with his teeth.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
he
Oh
just
my
grabbed him by the
God.
skull. What
And
they don't
ran
show you,
off with him.
dude, the full video shows you that the cheetah just shakes the fuck out of. And that, what was that? About an 8-foot fucking crocodile.
That was an
That-
enormous
That thing was
crocodile.
not small. That thing was not small. The cheetah grabs it by the fucking face, teeth in the eyes, right in the fucking face, and just shakes the fuck out of it till it stops kind of moving, and then jumps into the river and swims back across the river with it and drags it in the bush to eat it.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
dude, that clip
Fuck.
right there is the only reason you watch National Geographic in the first place.
That
You never saw that before?
no,
That's
I've never
awesome.
seen that.
Was that crazy or what?
Yeah, that was insane. I don't usually watch stuff like that because I just don't want any animals to ever be sad ever.
But
Yeah.
that's what nature's
know?
doing.
I know.
That's what nature's up to out there.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
I've seen some shit, man. One time I fell asleep in the woods for like 5 minutes. I was drinking. And hold on. Wait, listen. I fell asleep in the woods. It was like so short of an amount of time. I was sitting cross-legged, just like in a clearing, I had gone through a really bad breakup and I was just fucking distraught. And it was like 5 below zero. So I just put on like 10 layers of clothing and took a handle bottle of whiskey. And I just went and sat out in the cold and drank whiskey, But I was okay. I had enough layers on. It was good. And it was kind of fun. And I just eventually passed out. And I think I was just dozing for a few minutes. And I woke up. And when I opened my eyes, there were like 4 coyotes right around me. And the one of them was like brave, was up ahead of the other ones, and he was going to like come up and like see if I was dead, before they figured out if they could eat me. And so he's like right 5 feet away from me, and the other 3 coyotes are like kind of back like 15 feet, like, oh, what's going to happen? No. And as soon I opened my eyes and I saw him, and I just like turned my head to be like, what? Are you serious? You fucking come eat me, you dumb coyote. And like I just turned my head and he jumped like 5 feet in the air, like and they all just ran away, like I made the slightest little movement and they just fucking scattered. But it was hilarious. Like that's what it's like in the woods. You can't fucking stop moving out there. The minute you stop moving out there, something comes up to fucking eat you.
Yeah.
That's what it's like.
Because it means you're dead.
Yeah.
Birds start circling.
You got to show some life when you're out there.
Yeah.
I've had vultures circle me too.
Have you?
Oh yeah. There, when you're out in the middle of nowhere and probably I don't know what's made it happen, because maybe we're sitting down and drinking and acting like disabled, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yeah,
Like
I've
you're
seen
about to die.
those turkey vultures, like up in the northern United States. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen them circle us. Like, we're not dying,
Buzzards.
you stupid buzzards. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Drunk as shit at 2 p.m. on the railroad tracks in Wisconsin.
It's fine.
Leave us alone.
The racist vultures.
Fucking stupid vultures.
Stupid vultures don't know what's dead.
I would
Being a
never be a
vulture-
vulture. I would never be a vulture.
It might be interesting.
Yuck.
Yeah.
No. But
You
would you
can
want...
digest anything. You can
Yeah.
just eat anything.
But your head is all naked, so you can stick it in a corpse.
And nobody likes you. You look like some dumb monk that fucking just got tarred and feathered and you're running around with a giant long neck.
Yeah, like a giant naked penis neck. So you just like insert it in stuff.
Yeah, it's a gross. It's a gross look.
So you can peck, at the innards of dead things. Sounds terrible.
Yeah, it does sound pretty unappealing.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know, having saliva that can break down, could counteract the bacteria and rotting flesh is probably pretty cool.
Hey, you know what we're
in the
doing
long
on
run.
Thursday?
What are we doing?
Matt Gear's coming back. He got sick tonight. We were supposed to do that tonight, but he actually went and saw that movie. What was the first Iranian vampire movie? Was that what it was?
Oh, yeah.
A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night.
Yeah,
He said it was fucking awesome.
maybe we should watch it.
We should check that out. He wants to review it on Thursday.
All
Maybe we
right.
can check that out with him. That shit looked crazy though,
Yeah,
didn't it?
It's an Iranian movie.
Was it from Iran?
Iran.
I think it was the first vampire movie
yeah. First
ever made
Iranian
in Iran.
movie.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It was fucking crazy looking in the trailer, and I
Yeah.
don't get excited about movies.
No,
I'm so jaded and I've seen too many thousands of movies, and I just don't. Maybe I'm just not a fucking movie person anymore. I just
Yeah.
don't give a shit anymore. But that one looked fucking good. That one looked fucking real nice.
real nice.
Guys who made that are gonna get some major poon.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
big
Major
time poon.
I'm not
getters.
kidding.
They're gonna get the poon.
A poondee's gonna get some poon.
Why do you think they call them that?
All right. Do you guys want to come back and do a few minutes and wrap it up?
Yeah.
Take a quick break.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
Be back on the SEO, y'all. So, how do you guys feel about stuff?
I feel meditaty.
Do you feel really meditaty?
I feel deeply healed. No, I feel a little congested actually now that you ask.
I feel human.
Is anyone here anything other than terrified of death?
No. It's the worst.
I can't get over it. I
Yeah.
just can't do it.
There are times in my life where I'm like, yeah, death is probably pretty cool, but I think that it's just like me reasoning,
Coping.
coping with it. But yeah, then there are those times where it's like, oh fuck, that's just gonna shit.
Get away.
Dude, I definitely feel like sometimes I'm like, wow, I could really see being pretty tired of this shit in 40 years.
Yeah.
I could really see being ready to fucking go,
I remember my grandpa talking about it like, yeah, well, whatever. He was gonna just like,
When it's time, it's time.
yeah, I had a good time, so I'm ready to go.
That's how my grandma is now. She's fucking 93. Or whatever. I don't know how 70 came out. She's, 93?
93, yeah.
And when we've talked about it, and I've asked her, like, are you like afraid, all the time? Is it hard to be that old? I try to put it in a delicate way, but she doesn't care. She'll talk about it. She's really cool. And she's like, no, I lived a beautiful long life, had a wonderful family, and accomplished a lot of things, and really had a great time, and she's like, I have no fears whatsoever. I got more than my money's worth, and I only hope I can get there one day, I guess.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah. It's like it contradicts things I've said before, but it sounds like to get there, you gotta have some babies. You gotta make yourself some babies.
I want to have kids,
Yeah.
but it's not working out.
Why didn't you just get one from somebody else?
I don't want that. That's not the thing that's gonna make me feel the way I want to feel.
That's not the thing, huh?
Nah. You do know how many people want to adopt kids? There's a fucking line a mile long. There's no shortage of people ready to adopt kids. I don't know where that myth comes from.
Mm-hmm.
There really isn't. It's hard to adopt kids. Most people get fucking rejected and shit,
Yeah.
Well, not most, but a lot. But
It should be hard.
I guess. I don't know.
You
Dude. No. I think only replacing yourself satisfies that primal fear.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that can really do it.
Yeah. Spreading your DNA.
Yeah. Having a family.
Spreading
all
it
that stuff.
around.
But
Smearing it.
Smearing it out. Yeah, because my grandma doesn't give a shit. She did all of that shit. She doesn't care at all. She's like, take me whenever. I'm kind of just doing my thing here.
Yeah.
I got my friends. We play some cards. But, whatever. At any time. How do you get to that level of satisfaction with what you've done? And she's not like an entrepreneur that conquered the world. She just had your basic good life.
Yeah.
She just had your basic one. Oh, and they had tragedy.
Oh, yeah.
Beyond belief sometimes. But it was your basic good life, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Is that enough? Is that going to be enough for you? I don't think that's going to be enough for me.
I have no idea.
What do you think, Dave? David B.
It's hard to say no, I at least want to go skydiving.
You want to do that?
Before that time comes. Yeah, I have to, I gotta do it. But
I don't want to go skydiving. It's
me
too
neither.
scary.
Don't want to go skydiving.
It's definitely that thing.
But I want to conquer some goals.
Yeah.
Some big goals. I want to conquer some big things. I want to be probably a bigger person than I am now, or am even on track to be. I think before I'm ready to die, and maybe my values will change by then.
Yeah.
But I'm worried that I just won't be satisfied, that I won't be happy with the work I've done,
When I think about death, I don't think about it that way. Like, when I want to do something big and something cool, it's just because I want to do it. I'm not thinking, like, I need to do these things before I go.
Yeah, I got to get this in.
Yeah, I don't really think of it that way. And, like, I guess, when my time comes, I think I'd just be lucky that I lived that long, and if I was relatively comfortable.
I already feel lucky that I lived this long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously.
There's a lot of ways you could have gone by now.
Yeah.
So, I've got a lot of people around me that like me, or at least, it seems that way.
Pretend to.
So, if you have stuff like that, I guess that's all, if I have that when I'm going, I guess that's enough for me. It's just that there's people around who care that it's happening.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You know what I'm saying, though? Like, my accomplishments are, I feel like they're small compared to the time spent with people that I care about.
Do you get,
I'd rather be a bum who spent a bunch of time with his family than, a rich guy who even provided, like, whatever.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, I'm just more like, I have this conquering spirit. Like I want to get somewhere as a warrior in the fight that I've chosen, which is to like break the trance of people with subservience to authority and government and shit like that. Like I feel like that's my cause. I want to get further with that, and I think if I got far enough with that I could lay down peacefully one day.
See, yeah, I've got all of those desires too, but it's not. I just feel like I could be right in the middle of doing that, and then if it was my time to go, I'd be like, well, damn, I did get close, but it is time, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't really think that I need to finish something like that to be happy going. It would be. I think it would just be cool to do it while living, just for the sake of doing something while being alive and living during that time. But and maybe now I'll start thinking about like, fuck, I gotta start doing shit before I'm dead.
That's how I felt for a long time. I think it was about when I turned 26, 27 that I started working like a motherfucker because I realized at any moment I could be done and I need to leave behind more.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, at this point I realized like, fuck, I'm not going to be satisfied for a long fucking time.
Yeah.
And I'm probably not going to have kids, it looks like.
Well,
which hurts in a way, but I can do something else.
Yeah. There are lots of other things to do.
Are there? I think that is the natural thing that I just want to do.
Why do you say you're probably not? I mean, I don't want to pry or anything, but why? What makes you think you're not having kids?
Just
why is that completely ruled out now?
Timing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, if you want it so bad, like, what would you have to start doing tomorrow when you woke up to get on that path?
Building a time machine.
Well,
honestly.
No, really? You think so? You think it's just too late? Okay, well, I'll lay off. I'm not trying to pry.
That's okay.
I'm just trying to make radio.
No, I know. But there's nowhere to go with it.
All right, well.
I don't know. Sometimes things don't work out.
Yeah.
The way you want them to. But I do understand how that would be the satisfying way to leave the planet, is to go, okay, there's more of me.
Yeah.
I spread.
I kept going. Yeah.
Well, maybe you could.
I guess I could knock up a whore on tour.
Totally.
Yeah.
That's
still happen.
That's always an option. What if you?
A couple just to be safe.
What if you got into teaching and you were able to like leave a legacy that way by spreading your knowledge?
Fucking my students?
Yeah.
There you go.
Duh.
Where else would Uncle D be going with it?
Yeah.
No rubbers.
No rubbers. That's what they say. Get your poon with no rubbers.
I want some high school poon with no rubbers. Then I could die happy.
Yes, I'd like some high school poon with no rubbers, please. Hold the rubbers.
God, high school poon was some crazy poon. Man alive.
Poon.
Man, Andrea knows all about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a lot of poon in high school.
They called me the poon master.
Yeah, man.
Poon jockey flex.
Yeah.
Poon was a different story back then. Poon was all weird in high school. They do a lot of weird stuff. Poon was like a big runaround. Nobody knew how to like just get down to the point,
Yeah.
Everything was all fucking sidesteps and weirdness. Oh, what if I try to get some poon and she doesn't want to give me some poon? Oh wow, then it'll be awkward for 5 seconds, you 16-year-old retard.
Idiot.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Man, poon was a rough game back then.
It was like the biggest deal.
It was. Maybe if I got enough poon, maybe then I'd be able to die
That's
happy.
What I need, yeah.
That's what I need.
Just gotta get the poon. The high school poon with no rubbers.
Well, I guess we solved this one. No, but the old people, man, you ever see them and they go, they're not afraid to die. They're cool with it. It's not just my grandmother. It's a lot of them.
lot of them are, yeah.
A lot of them is it just that you have to be that way? Is that every age you get to, you have to accept certain things, and you're just kind of a whiner if you don't?
Yeah, I guess so.
It'd be nice if your brain was programmed to just like accept it, so that the anxiety that you have about it now just like melts away as you get older.
Yeah.
And you're just like, you know what? Suddenly, I don't give a fuck.
That might be how it is, though.
Yeah, it motivates you
Because
to get shit done while you can.
I don't know any people over fucking 50 that ever talk like this.
Yeah.
Like what?
Like that they're
Just
afraid to
being
die.
terrified of dying, yeah.
I really
true.
don't. I never heard anybody old talk like that. I really haven't. Never saw an old person go, I'm so afraid to die. Never seen that.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's probably rare.
I think so too.
Yeah, I wonder. It's kind of one of those things that you don't want to ask that person.
No, you don't. But
it's like taboo.
The way I feel now, I feel like when I'm 70, I'll just be running around the street, just grabbing people like, what am I gonna fucking do here? The fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Now fucking dying. What? Come on! Just shaking people like feebly on the street, drooling on myself. Fucking pathetic mess. Oh, what's happening? You know?
Shit.
God, 70 used to seem so ancient. That's not even that old anymore.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
We're looking at
I'm checking for
that
the spider.
I
just remembered about it.
No,
and
but that's
got
how I feel.
scared again.
70's the new 30, man.
That's how I feel now. Is that that I'll never get there. That I'm just gonna be terrified.
Yeah, you're gonna put up with so much shit before you're there, though.
That, like I said, that sometimes you
You'll
feel
just
like
be
you'll just
exhausted.
be, you'll just be ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready to lay down in the goddamn ground.
And here, like, my fucking grandpa, when he was old as fuck, he had these moments where he was totally just senile, and it seemed like even though to me he was like debilitating and all that shit, there were moments where he was tripping out and he was in paradise. He was saying shit to me like he was flying across the room. He was saying, I could fly across this room. And it was like he was astral projecting there in front of me. Like he just, like you're in a different state of mind.
Smack in the face. Shut
when
the
you're
fuck up,
when
Grandpa.
you're old as fuck.
Idiot.
No, seriously, it was
sorry.
it was a weird experience. He was, and I had like taken mushrooms already at the time and stuff, and it just
tripping with your grandpa.
no, I didn't know.
Not at
Not at that time, but like I knew what that experience was like.
That has been an approach in other cultures. Is that when someone was dying, they would do like their intoxicants and hallucinogens and gather around and have a ceremony, and it would be a fucking helping them pass and singing and chanting, and I don't think we do enough of that in our culture.
Yeah.
I think too often we die with beeping sounds and
God.
cold, unfamiliar surroundings.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's hard to find that balance of where you don't want someone to suffer, and this is with our pets. I experienced this, and with Ren, you want to make it as comfortable as possible and make it an easy and a peaceful passing, but you can't let someone just flop on the ground until they're dead either,
Yeah.
That's why we have this culture of hospitals and making things comfortable and having people pass sedated and people and pets and things like that. And it's hard to say, no, let's go out into the woods and have a 12-hour ceremony where they suffer to death. Because that would have been the thing at one time, because you wouldn't smash your grandfather's head with a rock in, which would have been your only option. So you would just emotionally and rhythmically and musically do everything you could to interface with their experience and join them and aid their passing. I think we don't do that anymore at all.
No, we hide from it.
We do.
There's a
We say goodbye and we leave the hospital.
yeah. Yeah, and then we go. You know what we do? We go and fuss about money, and the funeral costs and all that bullshit that you got to deal with.
Because I only have 4 days off work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Fucked up.
Yep. When it's my time, I'm just gonna go out to sea and
Just float away.
and just let you guys or whoever is gonna have to deal with me at the time. Just give them a pass.
Yeah, let's not forget the divorce rate in this country.
I'll go climb.
It may not be us.
I'll go climb Everest when it's my time to go.
Yeah. Freeze in like a hero position.
I'll go take a shit up there and laugh about whoever I'm getting sick a century later.
Yeah. Just hang around and watch who drinks it.
Where did we lose that more soulful way of passing, and where we would do it as a group and we would confront it, because it's just gone.
Yeah. Unknown.
I don't know. Where did we lose it?
Probably somewhere.
We all have to do it. Why is it not made more pleasant?
Yeah.
It was probably after the tribal thing. Like you have your immediate family that and then as you evolve, there was like tribes and everything, and then after that, there was like fucking, what was it, empires and shit like that. And when you have like a huge like ruling, it seems like
it's impersonal.
Yeah, it seems like when the structure of society, gets like too big and shit like that, is when you have to shed those things, because now suddenly you're like, you have a part to play and you have too much busy things going on. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, I know what you mean, because
see what I mean.
There's too many strings attached to what you have to go back to.
Mm-hmm.
That means if you took that day or two with all your friends and family to just focus on that thing and that pass and whatever, like, you'd be sacrificing your livelihood and your comfort going forward and stuff, and we're not structured to allow for that. But also, it's a philosophical approach. We think, give the medicine that can do what it can do all the way up till the end, and then have a quick goodbye, and then deal with the grief. You know what I mean? Whereas in so many cultures, especially in the past, there would be more of a ritual of the death process, and it would be more accepting and more in depth for the people that are around and involved, and not just sitting and coming in one and out, one at a time of a hospital room, but singing or doing a prayer or some kind of ceremony that draws on the collective energy of the group and maybe can have some effect on the way the person passes, rather than just like we've said, the thing we do now.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a hard trend to set. No one's going to want to start that, But,
well, I think it's alright. It's a thing we know instinctively, but we just have gotten away from.
It seems like something you could be arrested for now, especially if hallucinogens were involved.
Yeah, that's true.
As fucked up as that is, you should be able to like, give mushrooms or what is it, DMT, the ayahuasca.
No, man, that's why I'm like not even bothering to look it up, because we all know there's been so many cultures that had these better rituals for death, where it was like, even though the person may have laid out and suffered for longer, people more maturely took part in the process. They didn't hide from it. And it's fucking horrible, and it's intense. And I think there's too much of that horrible, intense stuff that we hide from nowadays anyways. You know? It's everything. Man, I shudder to think of all the fucking people who have died too lonely.
Yeah.
Oh, we should change that. Especially with our loved ones, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's a different time and a different place where we are now. So in all likelihood, we'll do the same fucking shit. We'll stand in a hospital room and cry.
Yeah. That's just what you do.
It's something to think about anyways.
Yeah.
I don't know. We at least shouldn't hide from it.
Man, that was bringing back some real bad memories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our podcasts that are supposed to be funny, bumming you and all your friends out tonight at 9. Oh, man. This show is supposed to be fun.
That was good. Well, that was a good way to
Yeah.
bounce us back.
Woo!
All right, well, we should take a break till Thursday.
Yeah.
Let's take a 5-day break. It's been a fucking 4-day,
Yeah.
whatever.
I'm gonna have a snack.
So this has been your April 26th into the 27th, 2015 episode of the Sunday evening overdose. Let's wrap it up with about a minute on anything else. This has been a pretty heavy fucking show.
It has been
Pretty
a heavy
fucking show.
Yeah, it's it's been a heavy week.
Yeah, I mean, you want to do a minute on anything else?
No, I'm exhausted. I didn't eat for 3 days.
I didn't eat for 48 hours easily or
Yeah.
more.
Jesus
Christ.
And then I ate today, and I got incredibly sick to my stomach immediately.
I just want to thank everybody. And like I said, some people won't understand this, and I pity you, but you know, Ren was a part of our family, and there was an amazing amount of people that I realized after all this happened. I realized how many people in different states across the country said, I loved that cat. You know, it was crazy. Certain pets and certain people just touch and charm people easily. And Ren was one of those that just touched a lot of people in a way that they said, this guy is special, you know? And I just want to thank everybody for recognizing him after this whole thing. And it was really cool to realize that we've had a lot of roommates and girlfriends and fucking friends, and he was always the cat that would hang out and jump on everybody's lap. Anybody that ever slept on the couch at my house got a little bit of cuddle from Ren, you know. And it was awesome to see how many people really appreciated him.
He was a really good guy.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of him.
So, I'm going to play the album that we always used to listen to when they were kittens. And this episode has been dedicated to our beloved old pal Ren. And again, you guys can go check out The Lonely Show #1 on our YouTube channel if you want to hear the tribute and the last time that he was laying in my lap. So, love you, Ren, and we'll have to let go of that and move on. But Thank you for being here for the Sunday evening overdose. We'll see you on Thursday. Hey, for anybody that's still here, we ended the show already. Hold on, I'll stop that. We ended the show already, but I'm gonna do something where yesterday after we got home and we had put Ren to sleep and everything, I was absolutely inconsolable and just drank myself into just stupidness, and I went and passed out, and my pal Bobby had come over and consoled me for a while and stuff, but he and Tracy fucked on the couch. No, he and Tracy did a did a talk show by themselves about, I think, death and energy and this and that. So I'm just gonna put that on because I can see that a few of you guys are still listening. I haven't heard this. It was done while I was passed out in the other room. So I'm gonna put this on for you guys. So hang in there for 2 seconds, and you should hear this in just a moment. Thanks for listening.
Okay, so here we are. I think it's Saturday.
It is Saturday.
It's a Saturday evening overdose. Vinny-less edition.
Yeah.
So
Vinny's asleep right now.
Vinny's asleep. We had
It's a big day.
a big day.
Not a great day.
No, we lost our friend Ren this morning. And
Sorry to see him go.
me too. He was a good boy. And then Bobby came over here to hang, and Vinny finally got some sleep, and so me and Bobby are here just to talk about what's going on. So
Yeah, it's been an adventure. We talk about loss, and what it can do to a person, like your general psyche.
yeah,
And I think we can all relate. We have different experiences. Some of us worse than others. And actually, what's funny, Tracy, is I was telling Vinny, I was at one point in time bitching about one of the terrible examples of loss that I've had to deal with. Blah 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 blah. I'm not gonna start playing my own violin, but I was telling him about this thing, and he said that he had actually talked about it on the show earlier. And it was the Governor Ryan fake driver's license scandal, and how it led to just one of the many Illinois governors that has been indicted and put in jail, like a minimum security prison, to teach him a lesson about being a rich white man in power and giving fake driver's license to people that can't speak English, so can't respond when people are telling them that pieces of their truck are falling off, and then one of those pieces of the truck falls off and ignites the gas can of a minivan and kills 6 children.
yeah, man, that's fucked up.
Yeah. Anyway, not like we're having a totally fucked up day here or anything, but
Yeah, no, I mean, we, just to give a little rundown on Ren, I know Vinny recorded something about him last night about just their relationship and what have you, and so we had gotten bad news from the emergency vet yesterday evening that he was, he was getting ready to leave us, and so we took him home with some pain meds, and we had a really nice evening with him, and Andrea was here, and we all talked to Ren and told him how much he had meant to us, and he had a comfortable night here. And then this morning he was starting to struggle a little bit more, and so, Vinny felt that it was time, and so we took him into the vet, and we put him down, and it was sad, but it was, it was very peaceful. And we, in the car on the way there, Vinny had sang him a Beck song. And then when we were there, we played that song during his last moments. And it was a song they had listened to a lot in the past. So it was very peaceful. And then we came back home, and that's hard without him. And then the other cat was here, Huck, and
This is really interesting.
Yeah,
part.
he's just a baby. He's only been with us here for about a year, and Ren was 12 and a half, almost 13 when he passed. But so we came back here, and we were just sitting around talking, having a drink, and Huck, since he's a young cat, he's usually running around and he's all crazy, but he was sitting real quiet with us. And then all of a sudden, Vinny said, "Hey, look what he's doing." And he was laying in a very, very specific cat pose that Ren had often laid in, and we'd not ever seen Huck do it before. And so we said, "Oh, he looks just like Ren." And then he went through like 3 or 4 other ways that Ren always liked to sit. And then we opened the door to let him outside, and he went and did exactly what Ren would do when he went outside, which was go jump up on this old tree stump that's in the yard and scratched on it just like Ren would have. And it just felt like, Ren was here, and Huck had never done any of those things before, and then he did them all today. So, I don't know. We were just talking about how
it was unique.
Yeah,
it was very unique. I mean, the cat was up on these. Yeah, he went to the exact position that Ren. It was definitely some sort of like higher level imprinting. Like Huck knew what actions should have been taken. Right, it was almost like a familiarity thing.
Yeah, and that reminded me of something we had talked about. Actually, I think when. We were in Knox, Indiana, a couple years back. But there was a Robot Hilarious show, and we were all there afterwards.
That was an interesting weekend.
Oh, here comes Vinny. Hey, we're having a talk show. And so we were sitting in the hotel. It was like 2 a.m, sitting around, and we were talking about how, and Dan had said this, how if you come home every night from work and you go sit in a certain chair and have a drink, and then one night you come home and you don't do that, but you hear the creak of the chair from the other room. Like, is there some version of you that came home from work and did the thing that you always do? So, like, is there this, like, imprint of energy in the universe that's, like, following these patterns? And Huck just tuned into Ren's pattern today. I don't know, but that reminded me of that.
Well, it's kind of like your pattern exists.
Well, regardless of whether you're actively doing it.
Well, and like you hear other stories about people that have like habits or forces of habit, things that need to happen even if they've lost someone or something that, that they've imprinted on. And it's...
Well, and I feel like that ties in too to when... you like lose a leg, but you still feel it.
Right.
And
what's that called?
A phantom limb, I think.
Yeah.
So.
There was a rapper that I know from Tucson that has a line that's like, "I'm gonna cut you off like phantom limb." Blah, blah, blah.
So, I don't know. So we've just been talking a lot today about energy patterns and things like that, and. I don't know. It's been a long day, but a good one. We've had a lot of good conversations, and we know that Ren is resting now, and that's what's important. So mere humans can't understand, what's going on with the cat world and all that. So
there's something, I think, to be said when things like this happen. You feel a way that we all choose not to feel a lot of the sorts of things that when something like this happens, you have to. And there's a sort of kind of human honesty that we remember we're capable of. And it shouldn't really be that way. I think that if we all stayed a little bit more true to the fact that anything could happen at any time, and we have to like appreciate every minute that you get.
Yeah, and
with
I mean,
someone else. You have to because
I mean,
because the alternative is to think, oh, and we were talking about this earlier, like why even make friends? Why get a pet? Why do anything? Like if you are already planning on the end game, like maybe you don't even have the love in your heart to like socialize with other living creatures. And I thought that before because like I love dogs. I would like to get a dog, but I'm terrified to do it because I'm like I know I'm just gonna get attached and I know it's gonna go before I will.
yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think about that shit a lot. where I would love to get a dog and I would love to get an intelligent dog and teach it and like get to know it and be its human, you know?
Yeah.
And make it that kind of like adventure that you're supposed to have with another living creature, even if it's not a human that you're having that kind of communication level with. And it's literally stopped me from doing it, thinking about the end game, like what happens at the end.
Yeah.
Does it watch me die or do I watch it die?
And I will say, I mean, today was the worst thing I've ever done is go and say this. It's time for this other being to leave us because I said so.
Yeah.
And that was terrible, but I wouldn't give that up for all of the hundreds of times
Right.
when I loved Ren and he was just the best cat ever, you know.
Well, and we were talking earlier too about issues of like things you can control and things you can't control, right? And if we had the ability to end massive suffering beforehand, you know, would you do it? And I'd like to think that everyone would say, well, yes, of course we would, but they don't take into account, you know, the extremity of like what that really means, what that really does, what the choices you have to make. And no one likes being there. It sucks. It's not fun. But I think that in this course, I think the right actions were taken.
Yeah, and I mean, we were also talking like, because I said, how can you be the vet that does that, and they do it every day, and we were talking about how it would be easier to be the doctor that did that to people than the one who does it to animals.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would agree with us. You know, this is just a stupid like example, but I was driving down the street and there's some like Chicago shop, you know, that has like all these stupid kind of almost hipster touristy like Chicago items, but they had a mannequin in the front window that had a shirt on that in very like kind of little league jersey kind of white letters said, "Be nice to animals or I'll kill you." And I chuckled a little bit because I was like, oh, I get it. But then I was like, wait a second. Like, that's... like, okay, I get it, you know. And the opinion of I care more about, like, puppies, kittens, and goats than I do about, like, the massive injustices to humanity that are happening.
Yeah, but I do, though.
But I do. But I actually feel that way. And... do we feel that way just because we're not educated about it? Or do we feel that way because, like, no, legit, like, I care more about those things that are fuzzy and remind me of a time when I was happy and take me back?
Or do we feel that way because it's easier to care more about a different species? You know, like...
is it more difficult to care about your own species?
Right.
When there's so many adorable ones out there.
Right, and so, like... is it just that it's easier to care about animals than to care about other people? I don't know.
I think there's some truth to that, but I also would argue that humans have a natural kind of affliction or a natural kind of like admiration for each other. Like there's a lot of like, and we felt it just on the tour, like on the recent robot tour. You know, we went down south and we encountered a lot of interesting people that were kind, generous, and they had like that kind of flair for life where they wanted to share their adventures with you. They wanted to hear about you instead of just, you know, listening for their own turn to talk. And it was refreshing, to say the least.
Yeah, and I mean, and that happens little bits all the time. Like the other day at work, I was trying to get something out of the vending machine and it wouldn't take my dollar bill, and then some lady I didn't know came in and she just gave me a handful of change and was like, "Oh, it's on me." And I was like, "Oh, thank you, lady. I don't know for your
and, like,
85
how often
cents.
does that happen anymore, right? Like that kind of human kindness. Like people, when I show it, I try to show it because I like to think that I've been raised that way. But when I show it nowadays, people are like, they're almost like, you're kidding, right? Like they don't believe that I could be like that polite, or like that I give change to a guy that needs it when I don't, I try to be, always trying to be a better person. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
So something I've noticed just colloquially in my experiences is that when you're in a setting more like a garage sale as opposed to at a store, people are more likely to be like friendly and help you out or whatever. You have more interesting conversations. And I don't know if that's just because it's more of like an old school, like, oh, it's the general store kind of feel when you just go to someone's garage sale and you could talk to them for 20 minutes. And I mean, we've had several garage sales. I mean, that's how we met Matt Gear, is that he came to a garage sale and now he has a radio show with us. And, and you just like talk to people more, but then you go to like the grocery store and it's just in and out and
all single men, no chit chat, cash only.
Yeah, well, and then you go to the express checkout. You don't even have to talk to anyone, and that's just like that. It's so easy to, automate everything where you don't even have to ever talk to anyone. And look at how much now you go. Oh, just do it online. You don't have to talk to anyone, and that's worrisome for like kids that are 12 now. Like by the time they grow up, what the fuck is going to be going on, they can't even write a sentence. There's texting and weird abbreviations that I don't understand because I'm over 30,
Right. Well, I'm getting there.
You'll be over 30 soon enough.
Soon, child, soon. No, I was 29 in January, so go Capricorns. Fish, goats.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I mean, there's still good and people out there. It's just, you have to seek it. It's not so much just coming to you, I think. But today I went to the grocery store and the line I went to, the checker wasn't 21, so she had to call someone else over who made a comment on me purchasing a large bottle of whiskey at noon. Well, and
you're like, get off my back,
looked
bitch.
like I'd been crying all day because I had been. Yeah. And so she stepped away and I said,
comment again. Comment again. No, what? Say what?
And so I said to the checker, I said, oh, I lost my cat today. And this is, some high school girl that I have nothing in common with. And she was like, I'm so sorry. I have a cat too. And it was just like a real, like, it was 10 seconds, but it was just a human moment. Yeah.
A real human moment at a grocery store.
Yeah. And like, I've seen that girl there before, and now I'll be like, oh, that's the girl who has a cat. Like, all right.
This girl is defined by the animals she owns, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So.
Like, everything sucks, but everything's amazing at the same time.
It is.
And, like, it's such a fun paradox because it's so, like, ubiquitous, obviously, but it's true. And what I mean is, like, I feel the swings of that all the time where, you would seem like an insane person. I could, like, stare at a brick wall and start laughing about a thing that I thought about, like, 10 years ago. Or, like, this, like, kind of joke that I recall making. And all of these memories stick with me so vividly that I like to think that we have this kind of advanced collective consciousness. Like, we actually can share memories. We can share experiences through video, internet, all this stuff in the same way that cats can imprint on each other and act like each other. Like, think about the habits that you have because of other people. Or like the things that you are, and like that's almost kind of the same thing. Like what we witnessed earlier over there was that only happened because it happened with Ren. Ren made the choices to do those certain body actions, and to some extent, Huck admired that, or we can say admired. Maybe it wasn't even admiration. Maybe it was just natural, wanton ability, like mindful ability to want to be that cat. because that cat clearly had like seniority, right? It was there first. It had marked its territory, and I recall, like.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm jabbering, but
Yeah,
it's something
well,
that I'm thinking
and I
about.
think there's something that ties in there, whereas like this house was those cats' whole world. I mean, like they went in the yard, and sometimes they went in the car to the vet, but like their whole universe was here, so like all of their energy was concentrated here, right? So like
It actually was. It's kind of like a gleaming fortress of solitude, except there were two of them.
right.
Fortress of multitude.
Yeah.
Catitude.
Yeah. But then when you put that on a bigger scale and like, you pick up things from your friends and whatever, but we're just working in such a bigger context, it's harder to tune into that.
Context is everything, right?
Yeah.
Location. It
Yeah.
sucks because and that's what I mean. I hate it, but I love it because it has to be. It has to be that way, and I hate having to adapt to it. But if you do adapt, you can feel good about. You'll find your good feeling again. Like you can make yourself happy again.
Yeah.
If you choose.
There's always something good out there. You just have to be looking for it. And everybody's got all their own shit and
Well, like think about this when you were younger and you were listening to whatever bands you were listening to in high school. Let's start there. What bands were you listening to in high school?
well,
Give me like a sophomore year playlist from Tracy's
ooh,
point of
man.
view.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is Everclear.
Wow. Okay,
Embarrassingly
so
enough.
I'll stop the whole conversation there. I won't. Well, let's just not even dig. I was gonna say like I was listening to some weird shit, and my friends would be like, "Puppy, how did you find out about these bands?" I was like, "Well, I chose to like find them. I didn't try that hard, but you seek them out because." You like what you hear.
Yeah, see, there was no internet when I was in high school, so
I
I
was
think
burned
you
to
were
the-
a
oh, right.
little step,
You're like
step ahead of
1,000
me
years
there,
older than I am.
No,
Well,
there was.
I'm 29. What are you, 30?
I'm 36. And,
31, just like I said.
Sometimes we would get a mixtape from someone who had gone to the city.
This is a cassette tape,
Yeah.
bros. Tom Petty, American Girl, like
Oh.
8 times.
No. Like there was. So I was on Palms, and I was the captain, and the other girl who was
Sorry,
captain.
did you say Palms?
Yeah.
You were on Palms.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the other girl who was captain with me, she was dating.
Dude, I didn't see that coming at all. Holy shit.
So she was dating like a badass kid who was like a year older, and so like he would go to the city and come back with mixtapes, and we'd like use some of it for our Palms routines.
Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah, that's
dun,
about
dun,
right.
dun. Y'all ready for this?
Yeah, well, not quite as mainstream as that.
Yeah,
had
we were
some
a little more
cool
off the
things.
map. We were like-
But I did all of the editing with my dual tape deck on my stereo
tech
that also
nerd.
had a record player.
Did you dub that shit? Don't wait, really?
Yeah.
Shut up.
It had a record player, dual tape deck, stereo, CD player. It was pretty fucking sweet. It was the finest 1993 could get you. So
I remember at one point in time I bought a Discman in like 1998 that could read MP3 discs. Like if I burned like a data disc, it could actually like access that and read it. And I was like, no way, I have a Discman that can like read data discs. And it was the dumbest thing ever. Like, because I had like 300 songs on a disc, and then you have to like scroll on like this tiny little LCD. Like,
I don't know. See, I feel that a two-way pager might have been the dumbest thing ever. But whatever.
Apple Watch might be the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah.
It's like a dog tag. We're all getting tracked.
Yeah, what's interesting to me about technology like that? So Facebook was like this big thing. That was like the first big social
Was it?
networking.
Nah.
Well, I mean MySpace, but then Facebook was really a big thing, right? And then all the things that have
Facebook
become
was the first one to grow as fast as it did.
okay, fair enough. But then since then, the things that are more popular are like subsets of Facebook, like Twitter. Well, that's basically just your Facebook status.
Is
And
Twitter more
Instagram.
popular than Facebook?
Well, I don't know, but Instagram, then that's just your Facebook
Instagram got bought by
photos.
Facebook.
Well, that's true. But I mean, for a while it was
Oculus
separate.
Rift got bought by Facebook too, and we're going to be going into a virtual reality place soon. Don't worry, soon all of this.
Don't worry, it'll be
All
okay.
of this will go away. we can make all we can. Like this is the fucked up part. And I don't know. Is Vinny within earshot?
I don't know.
But like we might be able to bring Ren back.
Like you could make as many Rens as you want.
That's what I mean. Like
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude,
Yeah.
we're gonna be able to go to the houses we used to live in. You know what I mean? Based on photographs, based on 3D modeling,
Yeah.
and based on projection mapping, I'm going to be able to walk into a room and have it be whatever room I want it to remember it.
Have you ever...
Marriott hotels, or like some hotel groups, I think Starwood Hotels has already bought up a share of virtual reality so that when you go to a hotel, you can make the room look like whatever you want it to look like.
I just want someone to make it look like a hotel room.
Then take off the
That's
Oculus
too
Rift
much,
glasses. Yeah, I want it
too
to
much
look like
pressure,
reality.
yeah.
Cool, fine. No, but like you could walk in and have like your room like simulate through like air control,
Like a jungle
smell.
or
Yeah,
something,
yeah,
yeah.
like the Nile fucking river. You want to be Queen Audrey?
Have you ever gone back to a house that you used to live in? Like a long time later?
Technically, I've only lived in 2.
Well, it's fucking weird. So
One guy, when I was in college, I was on the second floor of a dorm called Coronado at University of Arizona, which was nicknamed Horonado, even though I only got laid like once while I was there. I was like, where are all the horrors? I thought this was a horrible.
that was where y'all lived.
But one time I was sitting there with my drunk of a roommate, and someone knocked on the door, and it was these 2 old ex-college guys, and they were like, this used to be our room. Oh man, we used to get so drunk, we used to bang so many girls here. Like, tell me you guys have banged girls in here. And like, I shit you not, these 2 characters exist. Like, I'm not making this up. They knocked on the door and were like, we just wanted to come in and like relive the memory for like a second. And I was kind of like, okay. Like, I'm gonna take a dump, relive
Knock
whatever the
yourself
fuck you want.
out.
I don't have any drugs, sorry. Like, and they came in and they're like, oh, dude, we used to get so much pussy here. Like, tell me you've gotten laid. I was like, well, yeah, I mean, I've gotten laid, but it doesn't sound like nearly as much as you have. Now I feel bad about myself. Like, you dickwad. Like, and I know I'm better than you. You might be fitter, better looking, and more successful than me, but what do you got on me?
Yeah.
So anyway, yada, yada, yada. That shit, I don't go back to where I live unless it's the house I was, like, literally grew up in, or the house I moved to when I was in 7th grade, which I won't go back to anymore. So we're totally talking about the first one, and I'm planning like a 50-year drunken like revolution where I go back there and I'm like, it all started here. Fuck you, Dad. Or like whatever, and then that's when I'll start.
Yeah.
That's when I'll start rebuilding my life just in time to die. I've already planned out. Yeah, I've already written my autobiography up until death. It's going to be a posthumous release, but I'm going to release it 20 years before I die.
Right on.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you and your time
Got
frame,
it all
Augustus.
figured out.
Listen, I know exactly what's going on.
So what I was going to say, so I lived in a house until I was like 10, and then we moved, but my parents didn't sell that house. Then the first house, we rented it out, but I didn't go there for a long time. And I went back probably when I was like 17, maybe. And I walked in through the garage and opened the door to the kitchen, and my like immediate response was, "Where's the dog?" Now, the dog died 10 years ago, but like I was just so tied to like when that door opens, the dog runs up and is excited to see you.
Yeah.
And like it's just fucking weird, and then you see there's other people's stuff, and like, but that was where your stuff was. I don't know. It's weird. And I also recently went back to the apartment I moved out of a few months ago because my friends live there now.
Why? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you know the people that
Yeah,
moved
no,
in,
I know the people
that's
that
way
moved
more
in.
acceptable.
And I was like-
did you get nostalgic though?
A little, but I was like,
Isn't it funny how you can't control nostalgia? Like, it just it hits you like a wave, and you're like, damn it.
yeah.
I kind of like it, but I kind of hate it.
Yeah, because I was like, well, your stuff looks good, but like, where's my stuff? Like,
How
why
could you
don't-
take that down?
Why don't I still live here? Like, where are those curtains I made? But I mean, I don't know. I'm not sad to not live in that place, but like, it's just.
If I went back to either of the houses I lived in Arizona, I'd get mad nostalgic. I'm like one of the world's most nostalgic persons. And it's bad.
It's just, I don't know. Your memories always mess you up.
Mine's like a steel trap, and it's the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
An elephant never forgets, Tracy.
Yeah.
Elephant never forgets. And that is the worst thing ever. I mean, like, the more vivid of a memory you have, the more lucid you are, the more aware, the more, like, self-awareness you have, the rougher life is going to be. And the way I really mean that is, like, most people that, like, qualify for, like, genius level at Mensa are, like, I don't actually know this. I'm just saying this, so I hope this radio show actually gets, like, popular and someone actually hears this and defames this, because I'm totally just making this up. But most people from Mensa are alcoholics. You know what I mean? Because, like, you just to tolerate the sheer number, it's a numbers game, the sheer number of idiots that you have to, like, tolerate, or people that are just ignorant and willfully ignorant. They don't want to learn more about the way that the world really is. And some people have to deal with those people, and you will find them intelligently working jobs in customer service and questioning their entire existence constantly.
Yes.
Your thoughts?
I don't know.
Shoves Mike in face. You're like, I didn't want to talk about this. Shut up.
No, I just... your brain's so fucked up,
Well, I take that as a compliment. I think
no,
I'm pretty...
no. I mean, everyone's is, and then you
the
try
royal
to... You don't want to think about something, so you try to escape it some other way. We talked about this earlier, too.
Escapism is a powerful notion. It really is. Like,
and
we all do it.
We all do it, and it's healthy to a point, and then at some point it becomes
what I mean is we all do it unhealthily.
Oh, yeah.
We have all pushed that point. And that's fine. I'm just saying, to ignore it would be asinine, like to not, like, what? Not like we all need to go to rehab. Let's all fall in each other's backs for 3 weeks. No. What I mean is this. We just need to be self-aware. Because, you know what? Shit. The worst shit will happen to the best people.
Yeah.
And I like to think that you're some of the best people. You and Vinny are, and in my opinion, some of the best people I know. And nothing shitty should ever happen to you guys, but it will, and I can't control that. And I already feel bad about the shit that hasn't happened yet. So, like, what does that life look like? Because I think about that for everybody. Like, I know people that shitty things have happened to, and I also know people that shitty things are probably gonna happen to.
Yeah.
I have a weird control over luck. Like, I enter a lot of contests because I tend to win. It's weird. You can just kind of drive social energy, like, toward yourself. I just won 2 free tickets to a show on Monday.
Well, there's a lot of people who say, like, they can go to the casino and always win, and that before they go in, they just sit and think about how they're going to win.
Did you ever listen to The Hold Steady?
No.
You know that band?
Yes. But I...
Okay. Later. We'll do Chips Ahoy. Can we play a song on this radio show?
Yes.
Like, if I stream it from the internet?
Computer. Yeah, but I think we might have to hook up some other... Is that going straight to the board? I don't know.
I'll tell you in a second. Duh. Solution 1, just try to play something and see if any noise comes out. There's a song by The Hold Steady, who are, like, the world's most successful, like, Joe blue-collar bar band. They're super good, but they have a song called Chips Ahoy, and the song goes, I know a girl who don't have to work. She knows which horse is gonna finish first. We spent the whole last week getting high. Anyway, that's. I'm not gonna sing more of it because I'm not that good of a singer.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of people who say they just know how to do that and how to win contests, and I don't know. Vinny and I tried that once. We went to the casino, and before we went in, we meditated on winning. It didn't work though.
It didn't work.
No.
And some people can channel it, some people can't. And I'm not saying that you guys can't or that I'm superior. No, I'm just saying that, like, the last contest, 2 contests I entered, I won.
No, but that also I had one night where I was playing roulette.
Hold on, wait. Just in case. I'm gonna look at the board.
Okay. So there you go. Hopefully that worked out there.
That band. So yeah, the Hold Steady, right? A song about someone who can tell what's going to happen before it happens and the ways to profit off of it such that you can ruin your own life.
So I was going to say, I had one night several years ago playing roulette where I was playing probably 3 or 4 numbers every spin, different numbers every time, and I hit like 10 numbers in a row. And it was fucking crazy. And it wasn't like I was always playing the same numbers. I was switching them around. It got to the point where people at the table were following me and tipping me because I was.
They were like,
it was
I want you to wear my hat.
It was absolutely insane. And I was just like super in tune with that one roulette wheel for that 40 minutes or whatever. And it was fucking awesome. So if you could do that all the time, more power to you.
And that's why people make movies like The Gambler, where you're like, it's this quintessential gambler movie where this one guy's got all the luck, and he knows that the one moment where his ass is on the line, he's going to make the one big bet that matters.
Well, and for all the times I've been at a roulette table and just lost,
lost
$100 and just
in a second,
and up the half hour, won nothing.
I tend to lose my $100 over the course of a weekend instead of in one fucking second.
It depends on the day.
It depends on the way that you do it.
But all those times when it went shitty, like that time when it went great, like.
Worth
Man, so fucking worth it. That
totally
was
worth it.
Like a highlight of my life. And there was another time when me and Vinny were playing roulette, and he said, "Okay, do this number," and then he said, "Now do this one and put $5 on it," and we fucking hit it, and like that's 5 times 35, whatever that is, and that's a lot of money to us then, and that was good times, But speaking of things. Being in touch with things. So I had read a long time ago, going back to cats, about how you could talk to cats with your mind.
Like cat therapy.
And, well, it was, do you remember there was a... there was...
A lot of acrobatics happening here. But anyway, I think I know what kind of story you're going for.
I forget what her name was, but she was a lady. She had a TV show. The Pet Psychic, perhaps, was her name.
The cat masseuse thing?
I think she was called the Pet Psychic. And
okay.
She had an article in a magazine about how you could talk to your pets. And I thought, I'm going to do this. And this was like well before I was into anything spiritual or whatever.
Are you now?
I mean, definitely more than I was then. This was.
Are you like a mystic now?
No, but I didn't.
I'm just saying I'd be okay with it.
I don't know if I believed this stuff as much, but so I had my cats were. I had them maybe a few months, and I thought I'm going to try and talk to my cats, and so I did.
God damn it! I'm going to try to talk to my cat.
And
like every other red-blooded American.
And what it had suggested was that you say, like, you call their name out in your head, and then you say, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" And so I did it to one of my cats, and I have 2 cats that are sisters, litter mates, and I asked the one, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" And she told me, "I miss my brother." And I was like, "Oh, well, that's a downer."
Well,
like,
that's sad.
Sorry
I didn't even
about
want to
that.
fucking know that shit.
And so, whatever. And then I remember I told my boyfriend at the time, and he was like, "Whatever, psycho. Like, you can't talk to the cats." And then,
oh my God, I'm dating another Wiccan.
Yeah. And then I I had a friend who lived in Denver, and now she lives in Santa Fe, both of which are very, like, spiritual places.
Wait,
and so.
Where in Santa Fe?
First she lived in Denver, and now she lives in Santa Fe.
Is Denver a really spiritual place?
Well, I mean, there's like an energy to it, I think, and like not Denver proper, but like she lived in Evergreen, and then we would go to the hot springs.
What, you mean like a forest kind of spirituality, like
yeah,
the old gods?
Yeah, or just
or like everyone there is high all the time, so there's a weird spiritual.
No,
energy.
not just more of like there's like a different feel there than in Chicago.
Yeah, I mean,
or Cleveland or something. Or just like, there's
actually,
like...
Cleveland, everyone's high all the time.
Well, you're more like, I felt I was more in tune with like what was going on. So...
Okay.
In any case, so when I went to Santa Fe and I came back And I thought, like, I'm going to try and talk to the cats again. And
God damn it. I'm going to try to talk to these animals
yeah.
again.
And so I tried to talk to Huck, and I asked him why he was always pestering Ren, because he would always be, you know, chasing him around and whatever.
Why you be stomping on the superior cat's ground?
And
yo?
he just laughed and said, like, because it's fun. And I remember I told
There's
Vinny.
a good attitude out of that cat.
And and Vinny was like, well, he sounds like a psychopath. And I was like, no. Like,
It sounds like good people, except he's a cat.
He was just like, oh, like, yeah, you know, it's fun. And then there was another time when Huck goes outside and he hadn't come home, and I was driving here to feed them, and I was telling him, like, Huck, you have to come home. I want you to be there when I come home. Like, you come home and be waiting at the door. And then he was at the door when I got home.
That's kind of a controlling relationship, though.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
That's
you know,
like abuse.
I have the food, so
This is like psychological abuse and physical abuse. If you're withholding food,
well, I was
how
gonna
could you
feed
even
him
call him an
regardless,
equal,
but
Tracy?
he needed to be here to eat it. And then another time I told him he was out too late, and I told him, and Vinny was asleep, and I said, when you come home, you need to run in and wake up Vinny and tell him that you're home. And then
He did,
because I had woken up in the middle of the night, and I was at my house, and I did that. And then the next morning, Vinny was like, Huck came home around 3 and came and woke me up, which was weird. And I was like, oh, I told him to do that.
I told him to not wait for you. Don't wait up.
Yeah. So
Don't wait up. I'll text you when I get home. And the cat tried to text, but the cat's been behind on his cell phone bills, so the cat had to come in.
So, yeah.
Cat can text with paws. Those touch screens are all heat sensitive, so a cat could text. All I'm saying is, can't pay the fucking bills, being a fucking bum, living with Vinny, just shacking up.
He's not even in any, like,
Wait, so how you gonna pay for that
commercials.
satellite feed, bitch? Like, that cat's gotta go in and wake it up. Otherwise, I mean, what are we doing? We're taking care of this cat.
Well, sometimes he brings home a bird.
That was a gift.
You could eat that.
Yeah.
That'd save
This
on
is
groceries.
dinner for
Yeah.
like, I'm earning my keep, asshole. And us humans are like, God, I hate this cat. And then the cat's like, but this is what you wanted, right? This is what you wanted.
I brought home a snake the other day.
This is what you had in mind.
But yeah, so I think that people can talk to animals, which I know makes me sound a little out there. But
could talk to
I'm totally down with Dr. Doolittle.
with the animal.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I've been attacked by an emu.
Oh my.
Yeah. Long hair. I was,
Did you tell him to stop?
Well, yeah, I was like, could you please stop after? And by what I mean by could you please stop is run the fuck away. This thing is like the descendant of a velociraptor.
Wait, okay, so first of all, where did you run into an emu?
Southern Wisconsin is a magical place. My family actually used to have a place in Delavan, Wisconsin, which was on Lake Delavan, a very, very charming little lake, home of one Frank Lloyd Wright house.
And 8,000 emu.
No, we'll get there. The only other notable things about Lake Delavan are home of Lake Lawn Lodge in southern Wisconsin and home of the dad from Frasier.
Oh, I think I knew. Well, because I think he was from Oak Park.
He
right?
has a house, a major property on Lake Delavan, and it's a charming lake. We had the house for many years. It was lovely. My dad bought it with some money that he did well with in the stock market, and we sold it at a time where it was still a financial loss, but hey, what are you going to do? We did own a lake house for a little while. We had a boat. It was cool. Listen to me bitch. Here's me bitching. Yes, up the road. No shit. Literally up the road, like a block and a half away from this lake house that we had, was an emu farm. An emu is a descendant of an ostrich, or similar to an ostrich. Maybe not descendant, but similar species. Probably the same ungulate, but essentially like an ostrich, except doesn't run fast, lurks very slow, does not make a squawking noise whatsoever, but makes a low guttural tone, like and you hear its belly rumbling. So I can't simulate it because I can't do it. Like, my diaphragm doesn't work that way. But it's like a it was like a low rumbling noise in their chest. But they look like an ostrich. Like I was basically standing next to an ostrich. Now you have to imagine, I'm like pudgy. I'm a little overweight for being a short Irishman. So I'm like 5'8", 5'7", and like probably 190 pounds. Long hair. I had hair below my shoulders because I was a big hippie. Loved Fish and Humphreys McGee and all that shit. And I had long hair. I was wearing like a little cowboy hat or whatever because I thought it was cool. I wasn't cool. But I wanted to get up close to meet the emu. So I mistakenly didn't look at its claws or anything, because if you look down at the fucking feet of an emu, it's like talons. Those are like velociraptor. Like it reach up and just done.
I believe an ostrich has like some sort of weird like side claw on the side of its leg that when it walks, it'll like fuck you up. Like it's like its ankle, like where its leg bends backwards.
I think it's called a shiv. A prison shiv is the technical term. But yeah, this thing, like imagine slow-mo, like if the microphone was the emu head, and bites the side of my hair and gets it, like has my hair in its mouth, and I go, ah, and pull away, and just run. Basically, it's just like, oh my fucking god, like, the emu. So I think an emu just bit me, and like my mom and my sister and my brother were there, and they're just like, so this is happening, like that. Thanks, Bobby. Like, and understand, this wasn't like a real business. This was like, imagine like a 75-year-old couple that had a farmhouse. They rented their crop yards out to someone else, so someone else actually managed the corn yield, and all they did was manage the like 7 emus that they happened to have, because emu eggs are unique and artistic. They would do etchings on the inside of an emu egg, and it would poke the shell out, and it would be like an ornate design. So they would sell these eggs. They would sell emu egg omelets because they didn't want to have more emus, because nothing worse than raising a child emu. When they hit puberty, it's bullshit. And then they would say, yeah, for you can come and see them for free. So I wanted to meet them, because when the fuck else are you gonna have a chance to meet an emu? Like,
right.
I knew I was going to be talking on a radio show 12 years later, so I was like, yeah, I got to fucking see this shit. And yes, not a regret, but a lesson learned. Don't visit emus with long hair. If you do, tie your hair back, and you know what? Don't get too close to them. They're kind of terrifying.
That reminds me of a tale from my youth where so my parents were basically like the first one of their friends to have a kid, which was me. So when I was little, we still did like cool stuff, like go on ski trips and whatever, except they were bringing me along. And we used to go to this place called Woodside Ranch. And we had been there, like, I must have been like 3, and I remembered it when we went back the next year. And there was like animals that you could go look at in like a little like, not a petting zoo, but they were in their pens or whatever. And so I was all excited because the llama was named Tony Llama. And so I was all excited.
That's pretty good.
And me and my mom and her friend went to go see Tony Llama. And we got there, and it was winter, and he had passed. And he was still there.
Dude, I can't handle all this animal
I
loss
know.
today. What the fuck,
And
dude?
I didn't understand at the time, but my mom
If you
and
need
her
me,
friend,
I'll be in my trailer.
they were like, nope, and like grabbed me, and
Yep,
we like
yep,
ran
yep,
away.
yep.
And I was like, I want to see the llama. Like, what's the problem? So
No llama, mama.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Tony Llama.
Pour one out.
1984.
1984 to 1984.
Yeah. So poor guy. But you know, what are you gonna do when your llama dies at your ranch in Wisconsin or wherever we were?
I thought the only response was to write a song, and like Vinny, you know, one of the most artistically inspired people I've ever met, isn't about to go back on me and write. Like when Beck's mom died, he basically wrote Sea Change, right? Like, so Vinny's cat dies, he should write an entire album of slow, sad folk songs, and I'll do it with him.
Well,
it'll be fun.
I wouldn't rule it out.
I want to do like piano and weird synth and very little percussion, and do like a folk, slow, synthy, psychedelic folk. Not trying to impress anyone other than me and him, you know, and like me and him we could sit in this room and do all of it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Get as much as you can out there. And if anyone listens to it, great. And if not...
Well, and when
what-
most people don't, great. You know,
But
I mean,
it's
like,
there.
Runaway 5 released our single, like, the other night, and we all we were doing was like, hey, please share this, because we don't want to pay for any Facebook advertising, but you want to spread it to as many people as you can.
Right.
And so we got a couple of friends that have a pretty, like, strong social media profile to share it, and we released our single, and then the first day we got like 1,500 people reached, according to the little Facebook metric, which I'm sure is as inflated as me telling my customers that, like, oh yeah, our publication will reach 15,000, 20,000 people when it's like really 10.
Well, no, I've done
Everything is inflated like that. The whole entire world of advertising is such a joke. Like,
well, and I've done like a promoted ad on Facebook, and it's like for $5, like you can reach 30,000 people. Like, really? Like,
when they say reach, what they mean is it will appear on their wall. They might scroll right by it, but it still gets in front of them. Some people might argue that matters. Other people, like me, would say, well, yeah, I'd rather find like the niche. Like, we have to cast a
people who
wide...
are going to engage.
Well, and I mean Robot Hilarious and Runaway 5, we have to cast wide nets on the entirety of people and then whittle it down to the niche. So we should be spending more money now to reach as many people as possible and then whittle it down to the niche of people that actually care. You funnel people out, but you have to start wide and then burn it in.
Yeah.
The Runaway 5 is way harder to do that with than Robot Hilarious. Robot Hilarious, like, more people will be open to experimental hip-hop than they will be to, like, chiptune pop-punk, funk. It's, like, somewhere between Weezer and Fugazi or Devo. And, you know, it's a weird genre. And so a lot of people are like, I don't really give a shit. Like, what are you, you know? I need to identify with you. Like, psychologically, people need to know, yeah, I like this new reggae band, or I like this new rock band, or I like this new thing.
Yeah, and you know, it's good and bad that now anybody can have their
platform,
song and put it out there, but I mean, it's empowering because you have like all these options, but then at the same time, how do you distinguish yourself from the herd and be like, no, really, like, I did this at a real studio, not like just in some dude's bedroom.
No, actually pay attention to me because this is good.
Yeah.
Or I think this is good. And you know what? Like, I think the same thing. I had this conversation with a guy who used to play like a washtub bass, you know, like in Tucson. And I told him that I was going to move me and the Runaway 5 to Chicago. And I was like, what do you think? And he was like, I don't know, man. I'd rather be a big fish in a little pond than a little fish in a gigantic pond. And I was kind of like, okay, yeah, that's a good point, but like, not to be a jackass, but I feel like I'm as big of a fish as we're gonna get here, and it's not worth hanging around to see how much quote unquote bigger we can get. We might as well just cut our losses now and go try to start building an empire in a market that people might actually pay attention to.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that happens.
Because that happened, I joined Robot Hilarious, actually, I should say.
Well, I was going to say with Robot Hilarious, like, you know, you have a show at the Uptown and you're going to get a ton of people out there because everyone knows it. There's a lot of people that like it. But then you can play the same exact show 10 miles away in the city at a venue and no one comes. Come here, buddy.
Huck, I know.
Come here, Hucky.
Huck's making sense.
Oh, Huck.
Poor Huck. Huck, I think Huck is looking around.
Huck
has zoned himself back to like a little bit more of who he actually is, and less of the channeling.
Yeah.
And now he's looking around for Ren, being like, "Well, wait, what? Where are you? You know, like," and it's really sad to watch. I don't mean to like narrate you guys through this like kind of shit.
No, it's sad. I mean, and
it's sad. He looks good.
What?
But he knows that he's like getting too much attention. You know.
Yeah.
He's like, why? Why is all this happening? Like, there's an inquisitive thing happening here.
Oh, animals. So good and then so much pain when they leave us, but...
Is the joy worth it? Of course.
I mean,
Of course
I
it is.
think
It is. It is.
You know what?
Even if you have a pet that's like kind of a pain in the ass, it's still totally worth it. If you're a real animal lover.
And so I
Otherwise-
wonder. Okay, so my sister has 2 dogs, and they must be 5 or 6 now. And between the 2 of them, they've had torn 4 ACLs and had 4 surgeries. But they're good dogs, and now her son is almost 2, and he loves them. But doesn't that make it worse when in 5 years or whenever their time is up, and then you've got
a calendar and you're like, dude, time moves so fucking fast. Oh
and
my
then
god!
you have this kid who's in love with these dogs, who has been with them forever, and man, I don't know.
I know people that have had diabetic animals, and when I tell them I'm diabetic, they're like, oh yeah, no, I know my cat was diabetic, and I'm like, dude, you know what might be more annoying than caring for yourself as a diabetic? Caring for a cat that you care more about than yourself, and caring for that cat as a diabetic, and just being like, dude, what the fuck? Like, diabetes is not a cheap thing to like manage, and it's the continuousness. Like I'm convinced that it's being proliferated as a disease just because it's like that kind of longevity. Like, oh, we'll get you for your whole life. Don't worry.
Yeah, no,
Don't worry, honey. Like, oh, we'll take care of you your whole life. Like, all it costs you is everything.
I have a friend with 2 diabetic cats, and she checks their blood sugar twice a day.
Which means test strips, which means batteries, which means blood sugar meters, and like I'm lucky. I'm as a type 1 diabetic, I get blood sugar testing meters from my doctors basically for free, but it's not for free because of health insurance and because of copays and blah 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 blah. But they give it to me. They basically comp them to me. And they've been that way almost my entire life. The weird thing is, for an animal, you won't get that for free. You'll have to buy it. Or even in some like cases, you won't get it for free for yourself, and you have to go to Walgreens and buy it because Medicare doesn't cover it, and every old person's pancreas will fail by the time they're 50 just by virtue of the fact that DuPont chemicals have been surrounding them their entire life, and you couldn't help it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just gonna be that way. Like, none of us have control over that, and it's just shit. Like, and I'd like to think that life expectancy will change, disease control will change, we'll have the technology to cure actual diseases, but think about it, like, even if we could cure diabetes right now, they wouldn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's true of a lot of diseases because there's too much money to be made by treating them.
By Eli Lilly.
Yeah. Well, and I've heard a lot lately about obesity, and like this is the first generation of children who might not outlive their parents because they're all fat.
Because they're all fat asses.
Yeah.
And all of their hearts will fail because they've been managed only by drugs, caffeine, and sadness.
Well, and
tragedy.
I was talking to some coworkers the other day, and we were talking about fat people and how we don't like them. And
but what the fuck? I'm kind of fat.
No, no, you're not fat.
That's really sweet of you to say, but I still feel terrible about myself.
No, you're not.
Okay, so maybe I'm not fat. I just got super fat kid, low self-esteem.
Maybe.
Well, okay, that's
but
kind of
I can't
almost
help
the
you
same
with
thing.
that.
Well, right, I don't blame. I don't. What? Come on, coach.
Come
Come on, coach. Put me out there. I'm ready, coach.
But so someone had commented on, okay, so we were talking about a rather large lady who we work with, who in every meeting brings like a snack of
Bear Claws,
Baby Bell cheeses or whatever, and she's like constantly eating, and it's
little
like,
wheels
come
of
on,
cheese.
yeah, like come on, dude, like you're not doing much for your stereotype here, like.
Isn't it a shame when stereotypes exist for a reason? When
Well,
you get like
they
validated,
always do,
and
then you're like, oh,
and you're like, God damn it, I hate. How are you unaware of the stereotype? Is the first question. Is like, you know that people think that people like you do exactly what you're doing right now.
And like I understand,
and I mean that as generally as I can.
Like,
I am a stereotype in a lot of ways.
But like, okay, you need a snack. Like I need a snack at work too, but I don't eat it during a meeting. Like
I'm the diabetic kid. Do I get low and talk
like
out of my ass and like
don't bring your snack to a meeting and like don't have Costco-sized bags of chips in your office.
Just eat it in private, okay? Just get the fuck out of here.
But anyway, so someone had said like, oh, well, and then fat people are ordering these huge meals and like a diet soda. And I said, well, that's just because they're all diabetic. And everyone was like, oh. And like, that's true.
Oh, you mean aspartame is good for diabetics?
Well,
No.
But like they
don't have to shoot.
think they're
but
doing
they
the right
don't have to
thing.
shoot insulin to cover the other one, which means they don't have to shoot a chemical that they were made to be dependent on by drinking another chemical that they shouldn't be dependent on, but they are now, which will do bad things to them. And also, did I mention sell more product? Because like it's a game, I've like, and I'm not going straight conspiracy theorist on you, but I just think Coca-Cola and the American Diabetes Association have to have something to do with each other, or the JDRF, Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Like I've petitioned with them. I've gone to Capitol Hill. Like I've gone to DC and protested for more diabetes funding. And now I'm like, dude, the rest of the planet is doing more diabetes, like research. Singapore is doing a straight like stem cell overhaul. Like we're gonna be able to cure everything from your own cells. We'll be able to do like, you want to jump higher? You know what I mean? Like it'll be possible. We'll have nanomachines. Like we already have them. I've seen Ray Kurzweil, who's reverse engineering the human brain for Google. Mm-hmm. He's their head of brain engineering or whatever. But he's
no pun intended.
I've seen him lecture where he goes, if you guys can hang around, like some of you in the audience are very old, if you can hang around for 10 to 15 years, we will all be able to live forever. He also went on to say, we have nanomachines right now that will allow a human body to hold their breath underwater for 8 hours. Like, we're talking about a machine that is smaller than your red blood cell that will allow it to oxygenate itself. You take one breath, go underwater, and keep breathing inside. Like, your lungs will literally just generate more oxygen. You won't need to breathe in. You will only need to breathe out. Think about what that looks like. Or, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
This is the amount of control we're going to have in the future.
And we just talked about this on the show the other night. Like, there's a doctor in China who's ready to do a head transplant.
Oh, did you talk about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so
a fucking head transplant.
I told my boss, no, it's not China, it's Russia.
Oh, okay.
But
no, I think China's the only place they're allowed to do the surgery, though.
It?
Yeah. So I think the dude is Russian, but he's doing
funny.
it in China.
Because okay, so and Vinny and I were talking about this, I think, on tour. Where I was like, tell me you talked about the first human head transplant that they're planning, because I read into more articles about how the guy, there's one doctor who's like, I want nothing to do with this experiment. It could lead to a level of human insanity that we have never seen before. Like an unprecedented amount of human madness. The body might reject the head, to which I immediately thought about the Venture Brothers. Have you ever seen the Venture Brothers?
No.
There's one where Dr. Venture is trying to build a human army of zombies for the American government. He gets outsourced, and his like henchman Brock Sampson, who's like his bodyguard, kills a guy by ripping his head off, and they put a black head on this white guy's body and turn him into this like mutant kind of thing. It's good, but like that's what we're talking about. It's like playing God. Check.
Yeah, well, but there's already, cases of like you get someone's kidney and you start to take on some like weird characteristic that person had that you never had before, like
Gambler.
some weird tick or something.
You got a gambler's kidney.
Yeah, or like
wait, is that true?
Yeah, or like like I always like sit with my left leg over my right, and I never did that before. But then you find out that the donor's family is like, oh well, that's how the donor always sat, or something. So like, and we know that now that it's been proven that DNA has memory.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking about that more.
Like those things combined, and then like your body's getting a new head. Like, dude, what the fuck is that gonna be like? Like, there's all sorts of crazy shit that can happen. And the doctor who's doing it, like, has said one of his goals is immortality.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I don't want that. I'm out.
I'm gonna go now. I think I'm gonna go. I gotta bounce.
Okay.
So I'll stop the recording.
Okay.
But that was fun.
Yeah.
And we'll see if there's anything kind of fun in there.
All right. Well.
Chop it up,
Peace
remix
out.
it, yo. Yeah, but I gotta go.